thought maybe it was above there.
I think it might be up a little bit.
Yeah.
So let's keep going up. I believe it's on this page here above the harassment section. Let's see there, physical
that's
violence
right.
or threats. Okay. So maybe I'll give you an opportunity then to indicate what needs to be corrected.
So the paragraph that begins with Councillor Fleury's home address was posted online without his consent. As a result, a group of protesters drove in a pickup truck to Councillor Fleury's home and attempted to intimidate him. He and his family had to relocate until the protest subsided. Councillor Fleury reported the situation to OPS, but he never heard back from them. Councillor Fleury's wife is Chinese Canadian and was subject to online threats and abuse.
Okay, so how would you like to change that witness statement? What aspects would you
They're
like
really
to change?
three separate components. I would define them as the first one is any public office holder. Our information can unfortunately be found online in some instances, and I believe that that's how protesters were able to find my home address and show up. The second section, as a result, all the way to back from them is accurate.
Okay.
And then the final piece relating to my wife is about the abuse that we received as elected officials through email, phone calls, online.
Okay, so we will make those changes, and subject to those changes, the witness summary will be entered into evidence.
Thank you.
Now, I understand that both of you are councillors to the City of Ottawa. Is that correct?
Correct.
And proud.
Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about the wards you represent? Catherine McKenney, we'll start with you.
The ward I represent is Somerset Ward. We're located in it. The boundary is the canal to the Trillium line, just west of Preston, and then north to the Ottawa River, south to the Queensway, except at Preston, it goes down to Carling for about 3 blocks and then back up on the Breton.
Thank you. Councillor Fleury?
So my area is called Rideau Vanier. It is the communities of Lower Town, some would say the Byron Market, Sandy Hill, which includes the University of Ottawa, and the former city of Vanier. My western, or where Councillor McKenney and I share a boundary, is the Rideau Canal. So the first property in my ward is the Chateau Laurier.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to pull up a Google map that we've created. It's been shared with the parties. And the orange section on the left there, Councillor McKenney, can you confirm whether that accurately represents the boundaries of your ward?
Yes, it does.
And the area, the orange area on the right there, Councillor Fleury, maybe we can just go over where the boundary is, especially in the middle of the two. It's a little bit hard to distinguish yet.
Yeah, the Rideau Canal. That's right.
Yeah, that's the Rideau Canal there. Okay. So Councillor Fleury, can you confirm that that area represents the boundaries of your ward?
Correct.
And now I just want to take a moment to look at the geography of Ottawa as it relates to the events in question a little bit more closely, because as we know, there are people from outside of Ottawa that are watching and may not have a sense of Ottawa geography. We've touched on a few things this morning, but generally we can see Parliament Hill. If we can just zoom in on Parliament Hill. Okay, there we go. And there's a gray line that's directly in front of Parliament Hill there, and that represents Wellington Street, where a lot of the protest activity was happening. And if we zoom out from here and we look at the areas that are south of Parliament Hill that are captured in your wards, Councillor McKenney, can you give us a sense for where the residential areas are on this map and whether they're confined to a specific area or they're kind of sprinkled throughout, or whether there's a larger concentration in some areas?
Yes, of course. So the largest concentration occurs from Laurier going south.
Okay, so Laurier, if we can just zoom in a little bit, that's Laurier there, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, and it goes south from there?
And it goes south from there. And of course, Laurier from Kent going west.
Yeah.
On Laurier, there are several high-rises as well.
Yes, and so we see Kent, we have the cursor right now at Kent and Laurier, so that's the intersection there.
Correct.
And then on the east side, how far on the east and west sides do the residential areas expand?
The densest parts are to Metcalfe to the east, although there are some residential, some residences on Elgin, but Elgin is a traditional main street. So Metcalfe,
Yeah.
certainly, and then going west, Bronson. However, Bronson going down, past Bronson going down Wellington towards Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway also has some multi-residential buildings there as well. But Bronson certainly in the Centertown area is the border.
And Councillor Fleury, where would the residential areas in your ward that were affected in this case by the convoy, where would those be located on this map?
I think the first location would be right beside the new Senate, the former Union, which is 700 Sussex, at the corner of Sussex and Rideau.
Okay, so yeah, that's
Right beside the Chateau Laurier.
Yeah, so we're right there.
Across the street. So everything behind it is mixed use. There's a lot of ground floor commercial, but a lot of low-rise residences in the Byward Market. And then along Rideau Street, you have these very high density buildings that are 20-story and above. Right, starting at the Rideau Centre with 90 George. You have the 4 Claridge Towers. You have the East Market condos, which are on Cumberland. And you have a lot of density along Rideau, one street up, one street south, which would be on Besser, and you have a lot of density along Cumberland as well.
And Councillor McKinney, can you, if we can go back to the residential Centertown kind of area. Okay, yeah, there we are. Can you maybe give us a sense for, and we'll get to the basis of your knowledge on this in a second, but can you maybe give us a sense for how widespread the trucks were when the convoy was in Ottawa? Where do they go to in terms of walking the roads and kind of establishing themselves?
So primarily on Kent, going south, as far down as Kent and Somerset is as far as the occupation ever really extended. So Kent to Somerset, Bank Street.
So just one second. So let's just get to Kent and Somerset for a second, and maybe we'll just we'll put a pin in there just so that we can visualize it. So I believe Somerset is
just up from
just in that corner there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, so that's Kent and Somerset. Are we able to drop a pin? Okay, well, we'll have to then just visually visualize it ourselves. Okay, so let's zoom out from there. Okay, and then so that would be kind of the southwest corner.
Correct.
And where else from there?
Bank Street had trucks parked on it. Down Bank as far as, I would say, Lisgar. So Lisgar is just north of Somerset.
Okay. Yeah.
1 block north.
Yeah, 1 block north of there. Okay.
And then Metcalfe and O'Connor, but it would expand during the weekends when more vehicles came into the city on the weekends. So Metcalfe and O'Connor, at times, mostly on the weekends, could have a lot of vehicles parked.
Yeah.
But it did expand and contract depending on the time of the week.
So several blocks south from Parliament down to Somerset is about maybe
Correct.
6 or 7 blocks south, and then expanding maybe 5 blocks east to west?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fleury, then, in terms of where the convoy expanded into in your area, can you give us a sense based on the map?
Yes, started in front of Chateau Laurier.
Yes, okay, yeah.
So what would be One Rideau.
Right there.
Yeah, went through the intersection of Sussex. There were a number of, further down towards the Shaw Centre, further up towards George Street, all the way down Rideau Street up to Waller.
Okay, yeah, so we just got to go up on the map a little bit here.
Yeah,
Other way.
It's going east.
There we go.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. So we're going that way now, okay?
So towards King Edward,
Yeah,
there were rigs along King Edward, and there were rigs all the way to the Loblaws on Rideau, which is at Nelson and Rideau. So that was the furthest eastern segment. And then there were sections of rigs beside the University of Ottawa, Desmarais building on Nicholas.
right. And we see a pin there just on the bottom there. Now, there's a pin at the top there where it says Shepherds of Good Hope, and I understand there was an incident there. Did the trucks expand up to that area?
Correct.
Okay. So if we can zoom out rather, so we can, it seems pretty expansive then if we're looking all the way up there and then down to the residential areas into Centertown. Okay, so that's very helpful to get a sense for the scope and breadth that we're talking about when we're discussing some of these issues. Okay, I think we can take the map down for now. Just at a high level, and we're going to get into more details, but I just wanted to ask at a high level how the residents in your ward were impacted by the protests of January and February of this year. Councillor McKenney, I'll start with you.
Well, on the first weekend, people were braced for, what they anticipated would be serious disruption. They were surprised and frustrated and angry when the city and/or police allowed trucks to actually enter non-truck routes. So trucks, very large trucks parked along Queen Elizabeth Driveway, for example, which is not a truck route, and stayed there for the weekend. And then coming down Kent, Metcalfe, O'Connor. So there was, that first weekend, more of a bracing, just to kind of get through the weekend. Started to see almost immediately, and I started to receive emails, and it was on social media, symbols of hatred, swastikas and Confederate flags, pride flags being, targeted. So there was fear. Certainly people that first weekend who were reporting back to me and calling me and emailing me were fearful, but they were braced for it and, had been told that it would end on Monday and waited for that. So after Monday, when it didn't end, it just became in the words of people who were, calling me and talking to me, they felt that they were under a great deal of threat. Seniors reporting that they, had trouble going out. They felt threatened when they went into a grocery store. Residents not being able to leave their apartments. I had to help one couple leave the downtown with a police escort on the first weekend. There was a pride flag in their window. Their apartment was targeted. Somebody had defecated on the back step. And then later that night, a pickup truck with angry people in it came back and were harassing and yelling at them. So at that point, they felt very unsafe. And we had a police escort them out. So it was, a general sense of fear, terror, and dismay that they felt abandoned by their city and by their police.
Councillor Fleury, how about you?
I'd like to add, so just to recognize that everything my colleague said is very similar to the realities that I face, that our communities face. I would add that the number of closures, you have in my community one of the largest commercial properties, which is the Rideau Centre, located at the corner of Rideau and Colonel By. There's 300 businesses in the Rideau Centre. I'm told by the general manager close to 3,000 employees, and they were forced to close on the first Saturday, midday, and it took them about 4 hours with help from police to properly close the facility. Many of the businesses in the Byward Market, there's around, it's hard to give you an official number because there's businesses along Rideau Street, there's businesses in the Byward Market. Many of them closed for the weekend and never reopened. Those who stayed open, many closed after that first weekend because of incidents with staff. And many incidents were reported relating, there were a number of restrictions in place at the time. Mask wearing, restaurants were not open. There's a number of elements like that which created many incidents with part-time restaurant staff in the Byward Market and on Rideau Street. And then the non-stop noise of that first weekend, we have, as you've seen this morning and as we've encountered through the realities of walking through the site and communication with businesses and residents, just non-livable area for folks who lived in the Byward Market, lived on Rideau Street, lived on the northern part of Sandy Hill, on non-stop noise, the intimidation when they went out, specifically if they followed regulations and wore masks. There were a number of incidents where bus detours had to be conducted, and we have communications with residents who, for example, waited for a paratranspo. Paratranspo is the accessible bus of Ottawa, couldn't get to their cancer treatment because the bus couldn't get there and they were not mobile. There were a number of incidents, as you know, in both Councillor McKinney and I, we have the LRT, the tunnel section. So if you want to access transit, you have to go through long escalators to the platform. And there were a lot of movements between Saint Laurent Shopping Centre and the downtown core, and many incidents on those trains that went unreported. And fortunately, OC Transpo did adapt, but those first few days to weekends, it was quite challenging, and so much so that many of the transit routes downtown just didn't operate.
And Councillor McKinney, were the businesses in your ward similarly affected?
Yes, they were. Spark Street in particular, and also Bank Street. Bank Street ended up being closed down with trucks parked on it, all the way south to just north of Somerset, so I would say Lisgar. Again, on the weekends is when things would escalate. The transit stations were taken over. They were makeshift kitchens. There were barrels with fires burning on the street, and it was impossible for anyone to move about without encountering the people in the city who were occupying the city at the time.
Thank you. And I understand that during the second and third weeks, particularly, both of you visited the site, walked around, walked the streets. Can you maybe describe a little bit of what you saw during those walks? I'll start with Councillor Fleury.
Very different from weekends to weekdays. On weekdays, it was more, let's call them permanent occupiers with the larger rigs. As the weekend approached, it was pickup trucks that would be parking anywhere and everywhere and kind of add to the existing weapons that were on the street and that tension that was existing.
Sorry, by weapons, what do you mean by weapons?
Well, for us, having the physical truck on the street created a big weapon in the spirit of the noise, the pollution of the fumes, the ability for folks to operate their businesses, to open, for us to offer services. There were a lot of rigs at the corner of Sussex and Rideau, and Rideau Centre is kind of that connection point on transit, and for many of the access in and out of the market, and on transit for routes that are coming from the western part of downtown and the eastern part of downtown. So not having access to that Rideau-Sussex intersection created that congestion in that space. So, I mean, I could go on and on, but I think you get the picture that there were really, like, you couldn't live. You couldn't live in that space. It was nonstop noise, nonstop pollution. You couldn't get out because you'd hear yells, you'd get yelled at. There were a number of microaggressions on the periphery of the red zone, particularly in residential communities, with which both Catherine and I lived firsthand and heard directly from residents. And then through the weekend, it was this influx of pickup trucks who would not follow rules. Like, for example, in the market, if you know the Byward Market, and just to locate you a little bit at the corner of Byward and George Street, there's the bay on one side. So there's this big kind of sidewalk, if you will, that leads to Sussex. The road is pretty defined. It's a one lane in each direction with parking bays on each side. Well, pickup trucks were just parked anywhere and everywhere in any direction, on the sidewalk, in vehicular lanes. So even if residents or businesses, for example, like the Bay chapters and so on, their loading zone is right there. They couldn't physically get garbage in and out or their equipment if they wanted to open. So you kind of, I'm giving you an example. It was the same issues along Rideau, it's the same issues along Nicholas and in different parts of the Byward Market.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, what kind of issues did you observe on your walks?
So I started to go out after the first weekend, Monday, when we knew that, about 80% of the large trucks left, but the 20% that were left were remaining and had, we could see, no intention of leaving anytime soon. And as Councillor Fleury said, we would get this surge of people coming into the city who were sympathetic to the original convoy that had entered. I started to go out that week, walk around. I would go through the convoy and observe. I would meet with residents who were feeling threatened. I delivered food to some people. I delivered pet food to some people in particular who were living in some of our community housing buildings who felt very threatened and not able to go out. I organized what we called a safety walk so that we could come out together as a community. And that happened the second week, but we stayed within the residential area away from where the convoy had taken root. We had organized a second one and we called it off because the environment just felt more threatening, and I didn't. My fear through all of this and my key concern through all of this was the safety of residents that I represent, and there was nothing more on my mind than the safety of the people that live in the city and that I represent. So, again, we would get the surge on the weekends, and I have stated before, I will again. I was always careful when I went down, walked through the convoy. I was accosted on a few occasions, but not never felt that I was in any real danger. But walking home through the residential streets was always when I felt the most threatened. It's often when I was threatened, homophobic slurs, transphobic slurs, just, people recognizing me, from media or other means. So it was more, on the streets going home, it was more those isolated incidents that were the greatest threat throughout and that's what I heard from residents as well. It was uncomfortable. They had to stay safe walking through the convoy, especially if they wore a mask, racialized. But it was outside of that where it was more so the people who were sympathetic to the convoy who were coming into the city and causing that type of fear.
And I'm going to take you then, Councillor McKenney, to a document that you received. It's It's a video that was sent to you by a resident, and you have mentioned that residents were communicating with you and sending you correspondence. It's at OT 000-12814. Now, first of all, do you recall receiving this video from a constituent?
I do.
And the email indicates it was on February 1st. Do you have a sense for where the video was taken, just based on what you could see there? And we could just show it up again, just to, maybe just a still shot of the video. Yeah, you can pause it. Oh, just on pause there, yeah. So does that give you a sense for where the video was taken?
Yes, it would indicate that it's on Metcalfe Street, either Metcalfe, Nepean. It's just behind the Shopify building, which is on Elgin.
And that's the one we're seeing, that blue kind of beige one that we're seeing there, that's the Shopify building?
Correct.
Okay. And so this is a residential area?
Yes, it is.
And it's in your ward?
Yes, it is.
And is this consistent with the kind of sound level that you experienced in that area?
Yes, it is.
And this is, one video that was sent to you, but were there others in similar kind of nature, or how would you describe this relative to the other emails and communications that you received?
Certainly, it was very consistent with other messages I received, but also social media that I was being sent, and also just being in the area for days and having that type of horn noise going on almost 24/7. It was very, it almost never stopped. It might for half an hour now and then, and it would start up again, and it just traumatized residents. It was very difficult to absorb that terror that residents were living under. It's why I just went down every day, just so that I would be able to give voice to it.
And I'm going to take you now to another email you received, and it's at OTT 30-14415. And so we can see that it's dated February 2nd, and the subject line is Centertown Convoy Disruptions and Noise. And the sender starts by saying, "Good afternoon. I hope you're all having a peaceful afternoon. I'm not. I live on the intersection of Metcalfe and Cooper Streets in downtown Ottawa. Since Friday, I have had a nonstop barrage of truck horns, a very illegal train horn, drunken revelers, and plain old guys screaming in my neighborhood. This is oftentimes directly outside of my window, and I am just above street level. See attached video to experience how loud it was this past Sunday. This started as early as 7 a.m., and over the weekend, I heard honking and screaming until well past 1 a.m. Do you recall this email?
I do.
And this person indicates that they're at Metcalfe and Cooper. And can you confirm that's a residential area within your ward?
Yes, it is.
And this person describes horns as early as 7 a.m. and at times going past 1 a.m. Does that accord with your experience as well?
Yes, it does.
And if we look at the fourth paragraph, this person says, besides all of this, I have anxiety, constantly being on edge, not knowing how long I will have just a little bit of peace and quiet, or if I will be able to safely get groceries. It's taking its toll on me. My jaw hurts from clenching nonstop. My heart constantly races. I have been sleeping on average of 3 to 4 hours a night. I can't stop shaking. I'm barely eating, and my stomach is constantly upset. My anxiety is well controlled in normal times, but prescribed medication and coping mechanisms can only do so much when the threat is real and constant. How would you say this resident's description of the impacts compares to the overall tone of communications that you were having with residents?
This is one of hundreds of emails that I received with this very, very similar description of what was happening for people who lived in the residential area in Centertown. By this time, anybody who could leave was leaving. I had parents calling me from out of town, trying to get their adult children out of that area. So this was the beginning when people in Centertown, if they could leave, they were, and people who were left behind for the most part, relayed this type of experience to me for 3.5 weeks, and they had nowhere else to go.
And we're just going to look at the video that the constituent sent to you. It's at OTT 3014416. And Councillor Fleury, did you receive similar emails regarding impacts from your constituents?
Very similar daily. Everything that Councillor McKenney is describing is what we were both hearing from any resident that was within the red zone or on the periphery of the red zone, plus a number of microaggressions that are described. People were scared to leave, even if they weren't in the red zone. And when they left, there was a number of incidents near the red zone, which created additional anxiety. The noise, the smells, the fumes, nonstop. I think this email is actually pretty light compared to some of the emails we received. Frankly, people were losing it, and losing it on all, locally on us as their counselor. We were trying to do our very best on the city, on authorities. I think this email is actually pretty tame compared to some of the stuff we've received.
Thank you. And so for your ward, did you showed us on the map how far east the convoy was kind of established. Would you say that the noise issues were spread in a similar fashion to where you indicated the trucks were located in your ward?
Yes, as you know, Rideau Street is very high buildings, so the noise did bounce off some of those buildings, creating larger zones, because it is the kind of the winter period, so the noise travels much further into this is mixed-use zones along Rideau and the Byron Market, but into the pure residential zones of Lower Town area and in the northern part of Sandy Hill particularly.
Thank you. And we're going to go to a video provided to us by the affidavit of Sean Flynn that's been submitted by the Coalition of Businesses and Residents. And this is at COA 50132. Yes, 50. Councillor Fleury, are you able to tell us the location where that video was taken, just based on the surroundings there?
Yeah, that's on Rideau Street, on the north side of Rideau Street, right before you get to Sussex Avenue.
And you walked through that area
many times.
Okay, and does that accord with your recollection of what it was like walking through that area?
Yes.
And we know from this morning that on February 7th, one of the residents, Zexi Lee, who testified earlier today, obtained an injunction to stop air horns and train horns in the downtown area. Would you say that the noise level improved after February 7th? And if so, did it stay like that, throughout, or did it come back? How would you describe the noise level after February 7th? I'll start with Catherine McKenney.
Yes, it did. It did subside. The horns certainly subsided. There were still some instances, in the following days where, horns would start up again. But overall, we were not getting that constant air horn from 7 a.m. till 11 or 1 even. It did have it did make a dramatic improvement in terms of the horns.
Councillor Fleury?
Agree.
And I want to just take you to another video, also in the affidavit of Sean Flynn. It's at Exhibit F, and the doc ID is COA 50136. And before we play it, I just want to preface it that based on the affidavit, it indicates that it's on February 12th. That's what the affidavit states, which would be after the injunction. And the affidavit states that it was on Albert and O'Connor. So with that context, we can watch. So based on that, would you say that that accords with your recollection of what it would have been like around the 12th of February in the downtown area?
So I'm not certain if February 12th was the weekend. What I can tell you is that on the weekends, when we would get a surge of people who were sympathetic to the occupation coming into the city, it would become much, much more disruptive, much louder. But also, even though after the injunction, things were quieter, it would kick up at times, absolutely.
And February 12th would have been a Saturday. So
that makes sense. It looked like a Saturday, just judging from the video.
And Councillor Fleury?
Yep, agree.
Okay. And in terms of any kind of threats to safety, unruly behavior, was any of that type of personal safety issues reported to you, and or did you witness any of that yourself? Councillor McKenney?
I didn't personally witness any acts of violence. I was, I was told about them. I had, actually, it was a friend. It was reported in the media. She's 70 or was 70 at the time, and she was at the corner of Somerset and Bronson, and this was on a weekend. And a man who had come into the city, who had flags on him and was part of the surge, the weekend surge, punched her in the face. So that's a friend of mine. It's somebody I know. I didn't know it was her at the time when it was reported. I found out later that it was her. And someone reported to me that a friend of theirs was wearing a mask on our light rail train, was accosted for wearing the mask, and ended up having his nose broken. But that was, that's not something that I witnessed firsthand. Also, we had instances, where people reported back that, they would try to go out, they were circled by people, intimidating them, asking for police help. It just wasn't there. People just felt very abandoned while there was, while this was happening in their residential area, in their neighborhood. They also had no security. Everything was focused on Wellington Street and north of Laurier, and police just weren't responding to the threats that people felt that they were under. So that was reported to me in hundreds of phone calls as I was downtown with people, and just, general lawlessness without any security available for people.
How about you, Councillor Fleury?
Yes, I would concur with the description and give additional additions to the matter. There were detour bus routes that were in effect, that were on the kind of the periphery, if you will, of King Edward and Rideau. And there's an elderly couple waiting for the bus with their mask, who they were stripped off the mask, waiting for the bus, just while they were waiting for the bus. In the Byward Market, on the edge of the Byward Market, we have a Andrew Fleck Child Care Center, where there were a number of incidents, and I believe they had to, I was communicated by the executive director that they had to close. They had reported a few days earlier incidents that were happening, and ultimately, I believe on February 6th, they decided to close for kids and their own staff's safety. There was media reports, and I had discussions with the executive director at Shepherds of Good Hope of the incident around one of the homeless residents who was assaulted and beaten up, and where food was stolen at Shepherds of Good Hope. There were a number of incidents, too many to give you a full description, but there were a number of coffee shops that were remaining open, because coffee is sort of an easy pick up and go environment. And there were a number of incidents where crowds would come into these coffee shops and take over the space and threaten staff. And there are a number of encounters on Rideau Street and in the Byward Market specifically.
So these were all incidences that were reported to you by constituents or business owners?
Business owners, the staff, and we would take that information, ensure that it was appropriately reported to the authorities, and we'd ask for clarification. At some point through the process, we had a liaison officer who we hope, we were conveying that, and we hope that was following up on these incidents, but they kept happening. They kept happening. I describe them as microaggression because they, it wasn't the punching in the face, but it was all these microaggressions in transit, walking to businesses, childcare, homeless shelters, a number of these incidents that created an unsafe environment for residents and business operators in the area.
And when you say you were forwarding these to the authorities, who in particular were you forwarding these incidences to?
It depends. It depends, but usually it was an official at the City of Ottawa, either someone in emergency services or the city manager, and the Ottawa Police, and that depends as well. Early days, they weren't as coordinated, so a lot of information directly to the chief, and then after that, they created an environment where we were, all councillors, but obviously Catherine and I more so, because we were flooded with communication by residents. We were providing that to the police authorities.
And Councillor McKenney, did you forward also reports that you were receiving from your constituents to authorities, and if so, to whom?
Yes. So early on, I was, not every email. I would, answer emails, respond to emails, try to get as much information out to residents as possible. Every day, I would consider what residents, what information they needed, so I would respond in that way. It was hundreds of emails for staff who did nothing but respond all day long. Certainly when it was, if it was something that, was being relayed to me that was, criminal, I would forward that to police. But by, a weekend when I just didn't feel anyone was taking the complaints very seriously, and they were just getting more and more, what I was hearing was just getting more and more serious and worrisome. Every day I would bundle up emails and send it to who was then the chief of police, police services board, our city manager, mayor, and I would just send it all and tell them, I guess I knew I would be here one day. It was for the inevitable inquiry into what is going to, what will be an inquiry into this. I just didn't know what else to do by that point. I just didn't feel that there was any support available for us.
Now I want to show a video that was part of the City of Ottawa's productions, and it's at OTT 30010436.
Yeah, it is parked. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, first of all, have either of you seen this video before?
I have.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. And do you know the context in which it came to us in our productions? Do you know who it belonged to or how it came to us by any chance?
Do not.
No.
I don't.
What I want to ask about it is, Councillor Fleury, you had used the term weapons when describing the trucks, and here in this video we see some unsafe behavior. It appears to show a truck driving in the wrong lane against traffic on the sidewalk. Did you observe any kind of unsafe use of the trucks, or can you expand on this notion of weaponizing that you mentioned earlier?
Sure. I was describing earlier the Byron Market, where on weekends there would be the surge of folks, and obviously we're used to protests in Ottawa. We're used to events. We're used to Canada Day, where 100,000 people come to the downtown core and celebrate our country. There's enough parking. There's parking underground. There's parking in the Byron Market, paid parking. The rules of parking were not followed. People would park in any direction, would park on sidewalks in a very pedestrian area. If you know the Byron Market, it's small businesses, storefronts. It's really clear where you're supposed to park and where is the pedestrian realm. So the surge of vehicles, pickups, is one of the aspects, and we saw that in different areas of my community. The Bikers Church in Vanier was one area. De La Salle High School was another one. Along Rideau Street and the Byron Market were other areas. Nicholas were others. So there's those incidents of people not following the rules of the road in pickup trucks, which is a different vehicle, which is a weapon in itself. But the weaponized description to me is really the rigs who take space on the street and make noise through the horns that you've shown in video, the fumes. And I know, reading through the evidence, preparing for this, we weren't informed of Ottawa Public Health and the risk to the health, but we were getting a lot of complaints from business operators and residents in the area of the smells, the intoxication of those smells. So the compounding effect of noise, smells, the physical presence, the inability for folks to, in some areas, walk on the sidewalk, walk safely at a crosswalk. We have, like any community, folks with mobility needs, and getting on and off a curb anywhere and everywhere doesn't work safely. So that's the description of the weapon, is that truck took space on the road. The truck itself created an environment that was unsafe for the immediate neighbors and made it impossible for what is our responsibility in terms of safety and well-being of residents and businesses in our community to safely live and be in the zone.
Thank you. Councillor McKinney, I want to take you to an email that you received. It's at OTT 3017349. And if we go down to further down, okay, so let me see, go down a little bit more. Let's go down to the bottom. Okay, there we go. So this is an email from Redacted. It's a constituent, so it's been redacted. It was sent on February 4th, and the, oops. Yeah, there we go. And the subject line is complete absence of police on Metcalfe, Ottawa occupation. And so this email describes says the occupation is growing on these streets. And then the second paragraph, it says, OPS at 9:30 a.m. today said 150 officers would be deployed, but there isn't one in sight 6 hours later, and they are only digging into their Metcalfe stronghold. Do you recall receiving this email?
I recall receiving emails. I can't say I recall this one in particular, but I recall receiving emails that indicated that the residents did not feel that there was an OPS presence in Centertown.
Okay, and if we go a little bit up from here, we'll see that you forward that on the same day to City Council, Peter Slowly, some OPSB members. You copy a Member of Parliament, Yasser Naqvi, Minister Mendicino, and Steve Kanalakis, the City Manager. And you talk about an absence of police presence in our downtown neighborhoods and the ever-expanding red zone. Do you recall sending that email?
Yes, I do.
And why did you forward this complaint? Was this part of just a general practice of forwarding complaints on to this group of people?
It was the beginning. This was, the first weekend, Monday, we expected the convoy to leave. It didn't. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, things were just getting more and more chaotic, more dangerous for residents. We were told that there would be a heightened police presence in the residential areas, and it just didn't happen. You could walk around the residential areas, and while the chaos was happening, people were being harassed. Sometimes they were being followed. They, certainly reporting back to me, people who had been, assaulted, and there was no police presence in their residential area. It was just all up on the hill, on Wellington and the parliamentary precinct area.
And if we go up a little bit from here, you say, if you go up a little bit more just to look at the top, yeah, so just the bottom part of that page. The next day, it looks like to the same group of people, and you say, this is the message I received back from OPS, which says, today we had 20 to 25 officers patrolling Centertown, as well as NRT members. And then you say, 20 to 25, a friend went out last night at midnight into the heart of Centertown and reported not one visible police presence. We continue to be abandoned in Centertown. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And if we go up a little bit more, you get a response from Carol Ann Meehan, and I understand she was a member of the Ottawa Police Services Board at that time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she says, so very sorry, Catherine. Wish we had the power to do something besides watch. Now, when she said that, what do you understand? What do you understand that she's saying there, seeing as how she's a member of the Ottawa Police Services Board?
I took it as an indication from the councillor, who was also a member of the Police Services Board, that she was also frustrated with the police response into the occupation.
So when she says, wish we had the power to do something besides watch, did you understand her to be speaking about you and her, essentially, the two of you?
No, I took it to mean the we. I took it to mean we as my council colleagues, we as Police Services Board. And Councillor Fleury, if we go up, you respond to this exchange now, and you say, no police in Byward Market, Rideau either. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what does this email thread capture the sentiment from constituents about lack of police presence, or some people have talked about this morning feeling abandoned by authorities? What can you say to that?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the date of this, I believe the red zone was smaller and only encompassed sections west of the canal. And police were at the time describing their presence in the red zone. So although we were sharing community concerns on the periphery of the red zone, the reports we were getting back from the Ottawa Police was few incidents in the red zone and presence in the red zone, which our focus was where we were hearing concerns on the periphery. It's not a new issue in Ottawa. I want to be clear, like we have about 99 demonstrations a year. Every time there's a demonstration in Ottawa, local taxpayers of Ottawa lose their local police force to those demonstrations. That means neighborhood officers that are in Centretown, in the Broward Market, in Vanier, are then focused on whatever is the demonstration. In this instance, that was the initial, but it grew into something much more significant because of no actions. There were incidents, vehicles driving on the sidewalk, police nearby not taking action. So it grew into a lot of questions from all of us, including residents and businesses, on what are we in a state of chaos? Who's gonna respond to elements that are happening that we wouldn't tolerate from just living in society or living in our city, and the not to lower the issues of the red zone, but where we were pushing for more presence and support for community members was on the periphery of the red zone, where folks were either living in the red zone, going to shop, or getting out of the zone, and the number of incidents, or the opposite, coming into work and there were incidents. I shared with you in one of our conversations the situation in the Rideau LRT. Rideau LRT is our biggest LRT station, largest volume in the city. Ottawa Police refused to go into the LRT station. I had to get the head of OC Transpo to come and meet with us. She recognized the incidents. They see it on camera. There's a bunch of CCTV cameras through our LRT network. They brought special constables in. She had to go herself and her leadership team in red vest to give a sense that there was safety in these stations because the Ottawa Police refused to go in.
And when you talk of the red zone, what is your understanding of the boundaries of that zone? What do you mean when you say the red zone?
If you go back into official submission by the Ottawa Police, their Twitter accounts or their official communication in the city of Ottawa, they defined a red zone. They basically took a map of both of our wards and would mark the red zone. It started off as being west of the canal and north of Albert Slater towards Parliament. And it grew all the way to, I believe, Somerset in your area, and all the way to King Edward, eastern part in mine.
So that would encompass residential zones. I just want to make sure that we're not separating red zone from residential zones, because it sounds like there were residential areas within the red zone as well.
Yeah,
there is.
Yeah, if I could, at least from my perspective, it was Laurier and south of Laurier where we had no police presence. So I'm not entirely certain if at that point it was being referred to as a red zone, but it was north of Laurier where police resources were almost exclusively focused. And if I could just give one example, and you know, I work very well with our community police officer. She's the head of our NRT, our neighborhood response team. She was my direct contact, and one day I asked her if she would come with me to a building that had an attempted arson with doors taped. Residents were very frightened, and she just reported back and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm being repointed to the convoy." So I knew then that police felt their response to the convoy did not include residential areas.
Thank you. I want to take you to another email, OTT 405554. And its subject line is forward update, read trucks back on Metcalf blocking 2 lanes as of this morning. It's dated February 8. And this, if we go down to the original email, yep, there we go. This sender says, they are quickly multiplying in numbers with cars now being added since I first saw them at 9 a.m. Here are videos and footage from another neighbor. And if we go down, we see this photo. Are you able to, Councillor McKenney, based on the photo, give a indication of whereabouts it was taken?
Yes, this is Metcalfe, just south of Laurier.
And if we go up
Yeah, the farm boy.
to your forward, it says trucks and vehicles taking over Metcalfe as I write a message to you. And if we go up, I just want to see who you were sending this to. So you sent this to former Chief Slowly and copied Mayor Jim Watson, Member of Parliament Yasser Naqvi, Minister Mendicino, Councillor Fleury, and it looks like some other people, councillors, other councillors, yeah. Did you get a response from former Chief Slowly on this email? Do you recall?
I don't recall getting a response, no.
And can you confirm then that the footprint of the convoy in the residential areas, as this email seems to indicate, was expanding over time?
Yes, certainly it was moving east, Metcalfe, O'Connor, and then south down Metcalfe, O'Connor to, Lisgar probably was as far south on Metcalfe and O'Connor that it expanded to. But yes, it was starting to grow at that point. Again, more so on the weekends, but people were very nervous when seeing that this occupation was expanding onto the streets where they live.
And you observed this kind of expansion yourself. It wasn't just through people reporting this to you.
Oh no, I went down pretty much every day.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. And Councillor Fleury, in your ward, did the area of the convoy grow over time, or was it static over the course of the convoy?
It was certainly static in the Rideau Sussex node and along Rideau Street. I'd say east of King Edward towards the Loblaws, the Nelson and Rideau, it did change, I believe, on the third week, and same thing along King Edward near the shelter. When the incident happened, we saw that over time it was the parked rigs were getting closer to Rideau Street, so they had kind of doubled up on King Edward instead of being a long stretch along King Edward.
Okay, so they were concentrated more on
Rideau.
On Rideau. Okay. So, Councillor McKenney, I want to take you to some videos that you took while walking through the neighborhoods. If we can go to OTT 30053. And if you can just describe to us what we're seeing in this video.
Yes, this is Kent Street. It's late at night. There are trucks idling, constant idling, and the reason for the video was to demonstrate the effect on people's homes. They're parked in the front steps of people's homes, essentially, with emissions pouring directly into people's bedroom windows.
And was this kind of a one-off? You saw this and took a video, or is this something that you were seeing constantly through your walks?
I saw this every night for the entire occupation at this area, in this area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fleury, did you notice idling as well?
Yes.
I'm going to take you to a video that's attached to an affidavit provided to us by the Coalition of Businesses and Residents, and it's at COA 50112. Okay, and Councillor McKenney, it looks like that's you that is depicted in the video. Can you confirm that?
Yes, it is.
And do you know who recorded you?
Yes, Kiavash Najafi.
Okay, and it's Mr. Najafi's affidavit that this is attached to, so that makes sense. And why, in the video, it looks like you are taking a recording of a toilet, outdoor toilet. Can you explain why you took that video? What was your concern there?
So this was the Wednesday of the council meeting just before the occupation ended, when I went down to Kent Street to record what I was seeing. I called into council from Kent Street, and what I was doing in order to demonstrate to my colleagues what was happening, and to show others what people were living under. And at this point, this was at the beginning of the council meeting, and we were still on Zoom. So at the beginning of the council meeting, it was only the people who were allowed in as panelists, so council, the clerk's office, et cetera, staff, senior staff, who could see what I was videotaping. So normally the camera would be turned back at me. I would be sitting in my dining room, but I was down on Kent Street, turned the camera around, and while council was being introduced, rather than just sit there, I had the camera turned so that it would be evident to people in the council meeting what was happening on Kent Street that day.
And would that be the February 16 council meeting?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and I want to take you to an image that was also provided in the Najafi affidavit, and it's at COA 50129. Are you able to locate this area or indicate whereabouts this is?
Yes, this is also on Kent at Nepean.
Kent and Nepean. Okay, thank you. And did you observe personally what's being depicted in this image?
Yes, I think I spoke to at least one of them on one occasion, one of the gentlemen here.
And can you describe what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so this is Kent Street, where the occupation took very strong root. And each block, I learned this because I spoke to people as I traveled up and down Kent through the 3 weeks. Each block had a block captain, there would be supplies brought in. There were often fires burning in barrels, trucks running. It was just an occupied street, I guess is the best way to describe it. Yeah.
And what concerns did this raise in terms of health and safety, or any other concerns aside from obviously they don't intend on leaving? Mm-hmm.
Well, certainly, as you can see, there are fires burning in the middle of our downtown street outside a residential area. There are, you can't see it in this photo, but some of the video that I took shows jerry cans around with oil, with gasoline. Often at night, in the middle of the night, there were fireworks. So everything combined just made for an exceptionally dangerous environment for people feet away from their bedrooms, their kitchens, their children's living area, schools in the downtown.
And Councillor Fleury, in your ward, were there similar types of encampments or, I guess, similar to what we're seeing here, where there's a stockpiling of food and wood and fires?
Along Nicholas, right beside the University of Ottawa, Sussex and Rideau, and at times on George Street.
Thank you. Now, Councillor McKenney, I understand that on February 15, you attended a counter demonstration, as it's called, in the Billings Bridge area. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you know about how this counter demonstration came about, or what the purpose of it was?
I started to hear from residents early that morning, and a colleague, Sean Menard, who is the counselor for that area, that, again, it was a weekend, that vehicles were expected to enter, into the city to join the occupation. There were 2 locations where they were expected. One was a more residential area in the Glebe, Fifth Avenue, and the other route was along Riverside at Billings Bridge. Through some communication, it was decided that people would go down and try to stop these vehicles from coming in and joining the occupation. It was decided that the residential area would not be the location for this counter demonstration. There was always a fear of violence affecting residents in their homes. So it was decided that it would occur on Riverside, where there were no residents living.
And can you were there at some point in the afternoon,
Yes.
is that right?
Yes.
And what did you observe? What was happening while you were there?
Yes, so by the time I arrived, there were hundreds of people there. There was a line of mostly trucks, pickup trucks, with the flags that indicated they were sympathetic to the convoy, lined up, stopped, and it was, it certainly, there was no threats of violence there. It was relatively peaceful. The general mood of the people in their vehicles, as I went up and down the street, was one of, I think, a bit of surprise that residents, at least who were there, weren't welcoming them into the city. But it just continued until about 4:30 when it started to get dark. It was February. And the decision was made just to allow each vehicle to leave one at a time if they, if they would ensure that they would just leave and not go into the downtown, which they did. And they were asked to remove the flags from their vehicles.
And so how were these trucks being prevented from going into the downtown? Were people physically standing in the road? Was it cars
Yes.
that were being parked? Maybe you can explain that.
No, sorry, it was people physically standing in front of each of the vehicles and not allowing them to move any further. And by the time I got there, there were enough people that, it was just blocked in. The street was completely filled with people surrounding each of the vehicles.
And I'm going to take you to a video that I'm hoping you can confirm whether it shows some of the events of that day. COM 50741.
Sleepy Ottawa, sleepy Ottawa, mighty, mighty Ottawa, mighty, mighty Ottawa.
And these are just some images. So, Councillor McKinney, can you confirm whether these images are of that counter demonstration that you attended on the 15th of February?
Yes, they are.
And we saw some police liaison team members there. What can you tell me about the police presence in that counter demonstration?
Yeah, again, it was, as you can see, almost celebratory. It was peaceful. Police interacted mostly with residents, it was a watershed moment, certainly, in terms of the overall occupation, where it became very evident that residents were no longer going to just sit idly by, that they were going to take, action where they felt that they could. And this is what you were seeing.
And what impact did this event have on the residents based on your interactions with them?
Well, that day it was very celebratory. I went down in the afternoon. I had been in the morning. I'd gone down onto Kent and onto Wellington, walked around, visited residents who were feeling threatened down on McLeod at Bank. There had been an incident where the doors of a multi-residential building had been handcuffed shut. So I'd been down into that area. So I went later to Billingsbridge. So it was probably about 1:30 before I got there, 2 o'clock. By the time I got there, it was a celebratory mood, really.
Now, the commission may receive some evidence that the counter-demonstration forced OPS to deploy resources away from the downtown to engage in de-escalation at the counter-protest, and that this did not assist OPS's efforts to resolve the issue of the convoy. What would be your response to that?
We needed OPS to protect residents. This was residents' only way to ensure that what was happening to our city was going to be recognized and responded to by OPS. There was not a large number of police present. So out of the hundreds of police officers up on Wellington, this would have been a small number.
Okay, thank you. So I want to speak a little bit now about the effects on the businesses, Councillor Fleury. If we can go to OPS document, OPS 403441. If we go down to the January 26th original email, we'll go down a bit more to the first email in the chain. Yeah, let's just go down and make sure we got it. Yes, okay, if we can keep going to the bottom. Okay, so that is the bottom. So now we'll go to the top of the email. So this is from, if we can just see the from Byward Market BIA Executive Director, and it is directed at you on January 26th. So this is now before the convoy arrives. The subject matter is Byward Market BIA concerns ahead of January 29, 2022 demonstration. And if we go down to the actual body of the email, I'll just leave that there for a second to give you a chance to review it. It appears that the Byward Market BIA Executive Director is raising a number of concerns. I'll just give you a second to read some of that.
Yes.
So this email outlines several concerns regarding safety and security, regarding having more information about what to expect, suggesting that people may not be following public health restrictions. Was this one of the first emails that you received ahead of the convoy alerting you to the business's concerns with respect to the convoy?
I believe so. We had just received a city briefing, and there's starting to be city communication and local media coverage of the risks. And as you can see, the BIA is both connected on what's happening at the city, but also with its own members, and describing very early some of the incidents and concerns.
And so in the third paragraph, the last sentence says, this, of course, in the context of coverage detailing that there are some protesters suggesting and hoping that this weekend will be a Canadian equivalent of the American riots of January 6, 2021. Were either of you aware of news coverage of these intentions by some of the protesters, or was this the first time that you had seen this suggestion? I'll ask Councillor Fleury first.
Until the convoy coverage started to come to our attention, and until the city called a briefing, we received very little communication. But residents started to inform us. As you know, Ottawa does have the universities. We have active residents. We have informed businesses who were following it and who were asking questions early. And if you, I believe if you go back to the first briefing from the city and OPS, councillors and I, and Catherine certainly were asking very, concerned questions around what will Ottawa Police, what will the City of Ottawa do to prevent risks for us residents and businesses in our area, with few answers.
And Councillor McKenney, had you heard any suggestion that some of the protesters' intentions ahead of the convoy was something similar to what's being described here?
Yes, mostly through social media. As Councillor Fleury did, start to ask those questions. We saw the messages coming out of, the more western provinces leading up to January 28th, that week leading up. But, every day just became a bit clearer as to the intentions. At that point, we called them disruptions.
And if we go up a little bit, we're going to see that the email you then, let's keep going. You forward that, if we can go up. So you forwarded that on the same day, the 26th. It looks like to former Chief Slowly, Roger Chapman, who I believe is the bylaw, the head of the bylaw and
That's right.
regulatory services, Kim Ayot, who's the head of the emergency management, and a few other people there in the city of Ottawa. You say thank you to the constituents, and then you say Chiefs Slowly, Chapman, and Ayot, could you review the Byward BIA concerns and connect with the BIA ED ahead of the weekend? I have CC'd Rideau BIA as well as GM of Rideau Center who have similar concerns. How are we supporting local businesses through this demonstration, from risk of ignorance to public health measures and pressures on a business they fear? Thanks for the prompt consideration, support, and response. And if we go up, we can see that former Chief Slowly then forwards this to Deputy Chief Ferguson and says, Trish, I got a message from Councillor Fleury wanting to follow up with you on this email and other related matters. He will contact you directly. And if we go to the very top, sorry about that. Deputy Chief Ferguson says, as a means of follow-up, this has been looked after. So were you able to speak with Deputy Chief Ferguson about this matter?
I don't recall. To be honest. The information I received from police at the time was certainly very limited.
Okay, so
it was often, they would receive the information we were providing, saying, we have this information, we're on to it, but I wasn't able from there to say open or close, or here are measures that Ottawa Police will put in place so that your businesses can operate. Here's a liaison that's being put in place so that we can structure that. So you're going to see a lot of these communications where police says, oh, it's a short call, as if it's a resolution. Like the feeling, if you're an outsider, if you're just reading this, the feeling is like, oh, there's a resolved matter. The resolved matter is ultimately the BIA or the executive director, they report back into 600 members. So they need something in writing from the City of Ottawa or OPS at that point to share what should members know about and how can they prevent and what are their contacts if there are concerns. You can see by this communication that there was nothing in writing provided to myself or to the executive director of the Byward BIA to bring response, to bring closure.
Okay, so then is it fair to say that the concerns that were raised by the BIA were not satisfactorily addressed in your interactions with Deputy Chief Ferguson?
Well, that's the Thursday. I believe that following Saturday, the Rideau Centre, Ottawa's largest commercial property, was closed at noon because it got out of control and individual businesses were worried and the mall security couldn't maintain safety of the operation. So it took them 4 hours to close the Rideau Centre. That is an epicenter of a very large commercial property, but a reflection of hundreds of businesses along Elgin, Bank Street, Byward Market, Rideau Street, and information that we were being asked by local business operators and their staff.
And on the subject of the Rideau Centre, I understand they were closed approximately 25 days straight. Is that your understanding as well?
24 days.
24 days, thank you. And is that unusual?
If you've been in Ottawa, or if you live in Ottawa, the Rideau Centre is closed one day a year, and that's barely, because they're connected to the LRT station. They play an important function in the transit routes, the connection between the residents, the commercial district, the University of Ottawa, some of the nearby amenities like City Hall, for example. So the Rideau Centre being closed is an anomaly. Being closed for one day a year is kind of their standard. So you could see the pressure, and the general manager of the Rideau Centre was in daily contact with myself. The owner of the Rideau Centre, Cadillac Fairview, did meet with us, did meet with authorities at the city, including the mayor's office, to share concerns and try to find solutions in that first week.
And do you have a sense for why it had to close on that first day? Was it because of safety concerns? Was it because there were too many people? What was the concern there?
Microaggressions, I don't know that I'm describing the term appropriately, but people walking in stores and stripping masks, people questioning why people were wearing masks, large gatherings in the food court. At the time you could pick up food, you couldn't stay in the food court. The food court wasn't able to be cleared. The security had requested that those who were there to leave, and they weren't leaving. Kind of the closest, warmest spot with public washrooms and a great commercial offering. I can understand the attraction, but that was kind of all of the microaggressions in one instance was that on that Saturday at noon.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Fleury, I understand that you organize daily meetings with affected business improvement areas, hotel associations, affected stakeholders. Do you know when did you start having these meetings?
The first week. So Ottawa is unfortunately, and I've been on the council table for the last 12 years, we've had a lot of crisis. I've had to live the Rideau sinkhole, which would have impacted a very similar range of businesses in my area. We've had to live, obviously, the COVID impacts and how we were informing businesses. So we struck a business leader group, which included the business improvement associations for Vanier, Byward, Rideau, Ottawa markets, based on strong collaboration with my colleague. We included Spark Street, Bank Street, some of the association members, so the hotel association, there's a number of large hotels in both of our wards, and the tourism partners. I might be forgetting a stakeholder or two, but that's from the external point of view, that was that. And then we had at those meetings invited all elected members that were I'll call it the federal riding of Ottawa Centre and Ottawa Vanier. So you had the local councillor invited, you had the provincial MP and MPP, and their respective representative. And at different times we had provincial minister staff from Minister McLeod at the time, and other ministry offices, as well as same thing federally for different, I don't recall the specifics, I'd have to go back to my note, but there were also attendees. And at the city, we had a broad range of representation from traffic operations, emergency services, bylaw services. We had OC Transpo, as I described earlier in the session, Ottawa Police, and at times communication and economic development.
Now, in your interview summary, you stated that the mayor, the city manager, and the chief of police did not personally attend the meetings with the BIA. Were they invited to attend? I
believe they were. They organized 2 early meetings, and then I started to organize a daily meeting, which they were invited to and were not attending.
Do you have an explanation from them as to why they didn't attend? They never gave one.
You'll have to ask them. I think they're coming in a couple of days.
Okay, but they didn't give you an explanation?
No.
Okay. And did local businesses and BIAs express that they were content with the information they were receiving from the city?
No. We were often repeated the same public information that was available earlier in the day. There were some very specific questions. How can I make sure that food can enter the zone so that my deliveries can continue? How can I accommodate that For example, we know during the COVID period, the Uber pickups and the food distributions are very important. Those vehicles couldn't access the zone. So there's a number of business issues that came to that table. And ultimately it's, hey, city, AOPS, what's the plan? Should we be worried? Are and then, these amounts of businesses are closed. What can we do about them? And it became complex, right? Because you had employees of those businesses who had to pay rent, then couldn't pay rent. So then another set of conversation was there, like the group that represents the BIA were at the table as well. Then we hit a period between obviously January and February where you have to, those landlords need their pay. So those commercial businesses had to negotiate with their landlords. So that was another set of conversation. So there wasn't one conversation theme. It was all about how do we get back to operating? How can we get back to operate safely in the area? It is an important time for us at the city. I think that's the other measure that's maybe not understood is those weekends, late January, early February are the winterlude, is when we celebrate the winter activities, and there's thousands of residents who come to the downtown and visitors who come to skate on the canal, to enjoy what we have to offer as a winter capital city. And those businesses were there was restriction loosening at that point, so they were also hoping they had purchased food, they had prepared their staff for larger gatherings, none related to the convoy, just preparing to the period, and yet often had to return them home. So there's a number of, Rideau Centre shared with us, and that was covered in the news, there are 3,000 employees at the Rideau Centre. Most of them are part-time staff, and like the Apple Store, it's 200 staff at the Apple Store. You have food court and chefs, and you have cleaner, you have security. So that, it's not just closing a commercial property, it's all the family ramification of, can that employee who's not working, not able to pay rent, can they negotiate, and what's the pressure on that? So its impact is not simply a geographic one, it's all the ripple of having a massive impact on the local economy in the city's core.
And you mentioned that at these meetings, the businesses were getting the public information that general public was receiving. Is that unusual?
Yeah. I've gone through a lot of crisis, unfortunately, as I described earlier. Usually, very important information is provided at a white table from the city and other needed authorities for what all residents need to know in terms of what would impact them. And then there are stakeholder information. Is transit going to operate? Can I get my distributors in? Is it safe to walk on the streets? Those are the types of basic information that our business members were trying to get from the city. And we were creating that area, that daily space with yet few interaction. And we kind of saw a number of situations where the city's there, the city's adapting, it's closing streets, it's removing, some of the parking areas, it's adapted. You remember in part of it, like there's a closure of bridges. So the city, from an operation point of view, is adapting. Bylaw, not so much so, not because of their own doing, but because they fit into this command center, police operations, who call the shots on what can be enforced and not. And through that, there's a number of concerns. How are we communicating to the members? How are we communicating to the public? What's the risk to residents? I know that one of the documents you have is around a pickup truck with gas in the Rideau Centre parking lot. I can assure you today, if a pickup truck showed up with gas, the police would evacuate, police and fire, and all the authorities would show up, they'd evacuate them all. In that situation, they'd remove the vehicle extremely quickly. They'd protect the public safety, and after that, they would remove the situation. No response to that. I mean, you have a pretty extensive thread by the general manager at the Rideau Centre, and what I'll call confusion amongst authorities, and ultimately very fortunate that the Rideau Centre was able to support find the operator and get them out of the situation. I mean, that's the type of uncoordinated approach at a very micro level that we weren't able to get clarity to local businesses. And hence, I mean, you think about all of the residential properties and what it takes for people to go in and out of their properties, to access transit, to get their vehicles out. So it was chaos for both Catherine and I, not just on the business and the operations of that, but on the residents' concerns. And we had little information or little hope of a plan that was going to be enacted to bring back safety and well-being for residents in our city's core.
So the city officials and police representatives that were at these meetings, were they able to give the type of specific information that businesses were looking for, such as what you described, or no, not generally, no?
No, and if you see, there are a number of times following those meetings where I respond to the authorities and ask for clear, please follow up on this, please follow up on that. And at times there's also the business membership who's writing in to get clarification or get action. I believe there's one, for example, at the Chateau Laurier, where there was a sprinkler issue and fire couldn't get. Apparently, fire tried to go down Rideau Street as if it didn't know that there was rigs on Rideau Street. Like that's the, we were very fortunate that no more serious kind of life incident in those particular situations happened, because having the manager of the Chateau Laurier share that with their member association, and for the member association to say, what's going on in city operations? How come you can't respond effectively to, if there's a paramedic call, how does the paramedic get to some of those residential buildings or some of the commercial? We were all very frightened on our ability to respond at the level that residents would expect.
And to your knowledge, did the city ever ask local BIAs to restrict material and financial support to the demonstrators? So not sell them certain items or anything like that?
I haven't thought about that. I have to think about it.
Okay, maybe you can think about that
Yeah.
and get back to me at the end. Okay, so in the interest of time, because I know I'm sure a lot of the parties have questions as well, we're going to just move on to the city's response and your experiences as councillors.
Could we take a 5-minute break for a bathroom break?
So we're going to take 5 minutes. You're going to be a bit of a dictator, so they're going to be short. This is 5 minutes, not 15. So 5-minute break.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, councillors. I just wanted to ask a question with respect to the emergency lanes. We have heard that the city or NOPS attempted to maintain an emergency lane at all times to allow for emergency vehicles to go through ambulances and fire. Councillor Fleury, you also mentioned an incident at the Chateau Laurier where fire or first responders were not able to get to the Chateau Laurier. So I'm just trying to understand to what extent were emergency lanes maintained open? Was this on every street? Was this on some streets? Maybe you can describe a little bit about what you saw with respect to maintaining an open lane. And I'll start with Councillor Fleury.
Thinking about the Byron Market has a minimum access points, if you will, and crossing Rideau at either King Edward or Dalhousie and entering those corridors through that north to south movement is vital. I can't speak to particular situations where that wouldn't have been possible, but based on the videos, based on what I saw when I was on the ground, I'm not sure that emergency vehicles were if other vehicles were moving out of the way for emergency vehicles. I did see videos of different emergency vehicles at times throughout the 3 weeks trying to get different areas of our zones. I'm not familiar with why was the call or why was the vehicle in that space, but we did see how there was some social media video about how challenging and delayed the operations were. I can't speak to a particular incident or location, but you could see how clogged the streets were and how that occupation took hold, how challenging it could be. But I don't have an eye on in terms of were all of the paramedics and fire aware of routes and corridors and how they could get to each property. I don't know the specifics of that.
But in terms of streets in the Byward Market, for example, did all of them have one lane of traffic open to them or no? Were there streets that were completely cut off kind of on either end where any kind of vehicles couldn't enter?
Properties that were on Rideau, properties that were on George Street, properties that were on Sussex, Mackenzie Avenue, the Nicholas Daly area were extremely difficult to get into by motor vehicle.
Okay, and Councillor McKenney, what can you tell us about the maintenance of an emergency lane in the kind of downtown core?
Well, certainly there was never a lane open on Kent Street. There was never. Bank Street would have the lane open maybe as far as Lisgar, but on the weekend, certainly you could not get past Lisgar going north. And the same with Metcalfe and O'Connor on the weekends. Often they were completely blocked, but Kent in particular, you could never get any emergency vehicle down.
So were there some streets for which an emergency lane was maintained throughout? Do you know?
I don't have that specific information, no.
Okay. Councillor Fleury, in your interview with the Commission, you spoke about problems that you perceive with the city's bylaw enforcement and their response to resident complaints. Can you speak a little bit more to that issue? What were the issues specifically that you were concerned about?
I apologize. You were asking the earlier question, and I just want to wrap an idea that maybe was not raised, which is in Ottawa, the proximity between Ottawa and Gatineau and the economic drivers of both sides do have an impact. And we were informed of long-term care. We were informed of some of the hospitals who were quite concerned around the ability for shift staff to get to the facility and provide operations. I think of Bruyère, for example, in the Byron Market. I think of some of the long-term cares that are city operated or privately operated. I think of Montfort Hospital particularly. So getting in and out of the area, and unfortunately, many of our interprovincial bridges were in this red zone catchment. So if you look at cameras of that time, there was massive backlogs because of either street closure or the rigs on King Edward specifically. So fluidity and getting emergency, it's not just the emergency vehicle, it's actually the workforce into those health contexts was raised by those institutions.
And so with respect to your concerns about the City of Ottawa's bylaw response to resident complaints, what can you tell me about that?
Bylaw is an automatic mechanism in the space, and sometimes it kind of slings back at them. But you call 311, there's a violation, someone is parked on the street illegally, or we have in the Byward Market, bylaw goes proactively and tickets if you didn't pay for parking or if you're not parked properly, they'll tow you. So in regular operations, bylaw is on the ground on parking. It's ensuring that some of those rules, and in more complex situations where, if there is noise, if there is a fire, then different authorities in and around bylaw, like fire services or other, will come and intervene. We as councillors don't intervene in that. It's an automatic process through 311, and when there are incidents, or if there lack of follow-up, then often the resident would inform us, and then we would convey that or connect with the police, with the fire chief, the bylaw chief and their team, and they would follow up accordingly with the resident without political influence. It's important for us to inform, connect, but we know where our authorities are. They're through motions of council, not influencing operations in that regards. And what was frustrating is the amount of parking in illegal lots or even in the Byward Market, and vehicles that were abandoned or vehicles that were improperly parked. And we conveyed that through to the authorities, and it was this chain of command. Instead of going through a 311 and bylaw goes out and responds, it was, the 311 call is referred to police in the command center. And if the command center judges that is an applicable element, then they would share with bylaw. But the problem is they didn't. They were so focused on the red zone or the elements of the red zone that even basic bylaw services that we would expect were not enforced, which compounded a lot of the tension point. And so much so that we came to realize that there was a trend. If you call 311 and there was an illegal parker, the operator would say, okay, can you describe the vehicle? Oh, there's a flag. Oh, then it was like already police command. Even if we're outside of the red zone, like we're talking, blocks and blocks away, there wasn't proper enforcement because of the way the system had shifted to emergency operation and shifted under police command.
So then when a resident would call 311, they would be asked to describe the vehicle in order, what was your understanding for why they had to describe the vehicle?
I've never heard that. Yeah, I never heard that until the occupation.
And so is your understanding then that was in order to determine whether it was a vehicle associated with the convoy? Was that the purpose of kind of giving the description?
It's the feeling that it gives me.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make the illegal parker legitimate from my perspective, and creates this, we're here representing residents and businesses in our area, and if rules don't apply, like rules don't just apply, we're often told by councillors, there's not a good business or a bad business. There is a license, and if the license allows them to operate it, they operate. Well, it's the same thing with our rules. They should apply to every resident, not because the vehicle's a particular size or color or there's a particular element. So that compounded a lot of the issues that we were facing, that regular enforcement on the parameter, Cumberland Street to name one, Wilbrod, in the lower town area, were just not enforced. And
do you have any knowledge as to whether bylaw was choosing then not to engage, or whether this was Ottawa Police telling bylaw not to engage? Do you have any knowledge of that?
You probably referred to a number of interactions that I would have had with the manager of bylaw, Jen Thurkelston, or the chief, Roger, or Kim Ayud, where I was trying to get, hey, what's happening? Why are we enforcing these? And then eventually it came to be a description that, no, this is under police command. We require the police command center to give us authority to go in and do it. There are other considerations prior to our enforcement, is the gist of what I was described.
And that would have been those three individuals who told you that, the three people you named?
Yeah, I mean, they were pretty aligned and consistent in this is a police operations. We rely on their comfort for us to enforce our bylaws.
Okay, and that was regardless of where in the city this was taking place? Like, I imagine at some point you're far enough away from the main site that bylaw is doing its regular work, say in Canada, Orleans, and Barrhaven. How far was this extending? Do you have any sense of that?
I don't, but specifically for my ward, we have a bikers church which was sympathetic to the occupation, and there were a lot of illegal parking situations. We're talking like on the other side of the Rideau River. So if you want to bring back the map, it's a number of blocks, probably maybe 2 kilometers away from the red zone. You're into the old city of Vanier, and there's no enforcement for parking violations. That's kind of I don't know how far that went into the city. I can only speak to the information I had from community associations and residents about this loop of I'm calling in, they're asking me to describe the vehicle. Obviously the resident is emotional, saying, yeah, there's ex-Trudeau, or there's a flag, or there's a pickup truck, or whatever. And then, oh yeah, they took my complaint, but there's no actions. It's been 2 days, 3 days, sometimes a week. And that really, we recognize as councillors, we recognize we don't have authority over police enforcement. But on the City of Ottawa side, we're responsible for the safety and well-being of residents, and we do have bylaws and other tools that, in this situation, I still don't understand why they got caught in the police command outside of the red zone. I can respect the red zone. There might be tactical reasons or safety reasons, but I really don't understand that. And to this day, I still don't have a city explanation that I can convey to a resident about that situation.
Councillor McKenney, do you have any sense about the bylaw kind of structure and when it was being enforced and when it wasn't?
Only what I was able to observe. Obviously, within the core of the downtown, bylaw was not handing out tickets to, large trucks. As you went west, by the time you got onto the other side of the Trillium line tracks, we were starting to get complaints that, parents parked outside schools were getting tickets. So they were ticketing, and in some instances, certainly outside of the ward that I represent. But, I don't have any examples of calling bylaw. I didn't call bylaw to come and ticket large trucks. I don't think anyone did. But as we moved west, certainly bylaw was active.
And I'm going to take you both to a letter that you co-authored on February 2nd, and it's at OTT 30-14570. And this is, Councillor McKenney, you sent this on February 2nd to Mayor Watson, former Chief Slowly, councillors, members of the OPSB. And I just want to go down to the signature line just to show that it looks like you both signed off on that. You see that there?
Yes.
Okay, and we're just going to go back up. So it says, Mayor Watson and Chief Slowly, Ottawa's urban core is in crisis. For 6 days and nights, downtown residents have been under siege. They have faced unprecedented noise and pollution. Wearing a mask in public means being threatened with violence and sexual violence, or being spat at and screamed at. And then you go on to describe the horns, keeping people awake, drivers threatening pedestrians, open fires, tanks of fuel being delivered to vehicles, illegal parking, downtown gridlock. And you're being told that more trucks may arrive this weekend to reinforce the convoy's members. And then you say, therefore, we ask you, Chief Slowly, have you requested that the RCMP assume full operational control of Parliament Hill and the parliamentary precinct so that OPS can be deployed into the neighborhoods to restore peace? Mayor Watson, have you spoken to the Prime Minister, and what assistance did the Prime Minister offer? Have you requested that the federal government take control of what is happening in our city? And you finish off with a plea. And do you recall authoring this letter and sending it to those people?
Yes, I do.
And Did you receive a formal response to this letter from either the chief or the mayor?
No.
No.
And what you describe in the letter, if we can go up a little bit, in terms of the open fires, tanks of fuels, blasting horns every day, drivers threatening pedestrians, etc., was this based on circumstances that you yourselves witnessed or that were reported to you, or a combination?
Combination.
We're a married couple now.
I'm going to start calling you McFlurry from now on.
Flurry.
And do you stand by the contents of this letter today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fleury, at one point you asked the city to look into imposing a curfew. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit where this idea came from and what happened, what came from it, if anything?
So there's a number of information. We were, as you know, I represent the University of Ottawa. There's a lot of to-be lawyers that are at the University of Ottawa, very, very smart residents who have ideas, who along the way we convey, you happen to pick, to choose one of them. We were trying to find a way to see a plan and enforcement so that we could get back to the safety and well-being for residents and businesses. For us, there were, a number of instances. You talk about the curfew. We have the police chief who tells us, well, there's no more canister movement, and then that continues. And then all of a sudden, we get the pressure from residents and the city saying, what's happening? Like, why aren't rules being followed? So I know you want me to address that particular point. I guess my point is there was a number of these ideas that were shared with us that we passed along, and either through formal motions of council, when I moved to ask the Chief Justice to change the bylaw fines for an increase, or the curfew examples or other as well. So I don't recall the specific reason behind the curfew, but it does fit the range of criteria that we were asking for information. Injunction was another one that we asked the city's legal team to look at, and as you know, came really late and really slow.
Okay, so you don't recall what happened to the idea of imposing a curfew specifically?
No.
Okay. And Councillor McKenney, in the letter we saw a minute ago, and also in a motion that that was eventually brought, you had asked to formally petition the Government of Canada to assume responsibility for public safety and security within the parliamentary precinct in order to allow for Ottawa police officers to patrol neighborhoods and be in charge of the neighborhoods. And that was then a motion that was eventually brought to council. What was the purpose of this motion?
So it was quite evident that the local police force was solely focused on Wellington Street and the surrounding parliamentary precinct. And when I say parliamentary precinct, in this case, I'm including Wellington, although I know it's not formally part of the precinct. So it was very clear that our local police force was focused on what was essentially a federal protest, a federal occupation. So I was doing everything I could to appeal to our federal government, our federal partners, to assume responsibility for what was happening, and without getting any reaction, I ended up bringing a motion to council asking for the mayor to appeal on behalf of the city.
And did that motion passed?
I believe so, but
it carried, yeah.
I think it carried.
Yes.
Yeah.
And did it have the intended effect?
No, it did not.
And do you know why not?
Nobody ever really followed up with me as the local councillor, so I can't tell you specifically, but nothing ever came of it. The assumption of or the addition of extra police resources didn't happen until much later, of course.
So I'm going to take you to an Ottawa document, OTT 405837. And so this is an email dated February 8th, and it is from former Chief Slowly to Jim Watson, Mayor Watson, and Councillor Deans, and copying Ottawa Police and city officials. And it says, "Dear Mayor Watson and Chair Deans, I am writing further to yesterday's special council meeting wherein the motion of Councillor McKenney regarding the parliamentary precinct was passed by City Council." So this would be the motion that we were just discussing.
Correct.
And then he goes on to say, in Ontario, policing is governed by the Police Services Act. In accordance with Section 5, Sub 1, Sub 1 of the Police Services Act, the City of Ottawa has discharged its responsibility to provide police services by establishing a police force, the Ottawa Police Service. As a result, the Ottawa Police Service is the sole police service of jurisdiction. It is important to note that the Police Services Act defines police force as either the Ontario Provincial Police or a municipal police force. The Ottawa Police Service maintains that Councillor McKenney's motion is absent jurisdictional authority where it intends for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to assume command of the response to the ongoing demonstration in the City of Ottawa. And he goes on from there. Were you made aware of former Chief Slowly's response to this motion the day following the motion?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And then in the kind of second to last paragraph, he says, although any deployment of officers will be under the direction of the Chief of Police as an operational consideration, the Ottawa Police Service will make every attempt to meet the spirit of the motion and have Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers work in and around the hardened area of the demonstration. To your knowledge, did that attempting to meet the spirit of the motion, did that have the intended effect that you were hoping the motion would have?
It did not.
Okay. Now, I'm going to pose some kind of more general questions to both of you about generally the response to the events and authorities' response. Specifically, we'll start with City Council. How would you, Councillor Fleury, describe City Council's response to the events in Ottawa, the events of the protest?
Too slow, and obviously we're ward-based, we're elected ward-based, and only a few, we're a big territory in Ottawa. You have to understand we're the size of Montreal, Toronto, Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver in one city with 1 million in population. So our suburban colleagues, or even within the Greenbelt, they weren't directly impacted. And as you know, outside of this commission, there's big divides on this current city council. So, you know, it certainly, it was in a crisis time, it was hard to bring us all together. I think eventually we got there, but it took way too long for council to even get, okay, this is happening, this is serious. They're not moving, they're not gonna get out. We have to be organized, we have to be intentional, and you could sort of see it by the frequency of the meetings and also the motions that were starting to pass. But if you go back to that first council after the beginning of what was at the time protest, which became occupation, our own colleagues refused to delay agenda items that were very significant, non-related to this, on planning matters, on other matters, just to show you that we were living the crisis, we were getting flooded with the emails, and yet it took like a lot of time for our colleagues to wake up to the seriousness of the issue and the impact on us as a city, not just a neighborhood and not just the capital precinct components of it.
Councillor McKenney?
Well, there wasn't much in terms of jurisdiction that City Council could do. Certainly, this was, you know, under the jurisdiction of police. This was a police matter. It was a public safety issue. You know, outside of, you know, delaying committee meetings to allow myself, my colleague, Councillor Fleury, to focus on what was happening. calling on, police, or even writing to the federal government, asking the mayor to write to the federal government to, ask for help. There really wasn't a lot that a city council in itself could do to end this or to respond in any significant way.
Usually we agree, but I do want to kind of share my piece, which is following all of this, I've submitted a number of inquiries to council, to the Police Services Board. I believe this was shared to this inquiry as well.
Yes.
When was this illegal? And I keep getting a non-answer from different authorities. When was this declared illegal? When we are politicians, we're elected to represent our residents. When did it go from a protest to an occupation to a siege? I've asked clearly those questions a number of times, and in a weird kind of way, it says, oh, well, it's when the mayor declared a state of emergency. Well, the same day the mayor declares a state of emergency, he tells everyone there's no impact of that, it's symbolic. But then everything unfolded around the declaration of a state of emergency. Well, if that's the case, then yeah, council didn't wake up. He declared a state of emergency. I don't have the date, but I think it's February 6th. We were living that since January. Like, that's many days later. I mean, you wake up a Monday morning and there's no plan. We're told, oh, by Wednesday they'll be gone. Wednesday night or Thursday morning when they're not gone, what happens then? It's a lot of days later.
So, but council is not the one who declares a state of emergency. That's the mayor, right?
I understand, but council can move a motion to ask the mayor to declare a state of emergency. There's a number of pressure points that council can enact. As you've seen, I described the bylaw, for example, right? The increase in fines. Well, we can increase fines, but we can ask the justice to increase fines. And, if council's behind it and we explain it, there's a number of areas like that council wasn't quick. It wasn't aligned on its intentions, which I think we didn't have the full tools to resolve this, but there's tools we could have used earlier that would have signalized the urgency of the situation.
And there never was a motion brought with respect to declaring a state of emergency, was there?
The mayor declared it, but he knew that we had a council 2 days after, and I had drafted that motion. Okay,
so it was coming, is what you're saying?
It was coming to the floor of council, and good that he didn't wait for 2 days, but it should have come earlier.
Okay, thank you. There were several motions we know that were brought to council, many of them which passed, relating to responses to the convoy, petitioning the federal government, asking the government for assistance for residents and businesses, for example. How would you describe generally the various motions that were brought to council and that were passed? Like, we know there's different types of motions. Some of them are more political in nature and are more symbolic. Other ones actually have an effect where they can make a change. So what kinds of motions were these? Councillor McKenney?
Yeah, so the motions that started to come forward certainly were, of the nature, if you will, asking for a more coordinated response, but I will say this, and again, it's not necessarily council, but, where the city did fail residents was in not, we have, a legal department, we have expertise on staff, and, it took a private resident to, come forward with an injunction to stop the horns. That's where, in my opinion, the city failed in its responsibility to residents. The declaration of an emergency was just that. It was symbolic. Nothing occurred as a result of that. Horns didn't stop. Trucks didn't stop idling. The harassment didn't stop. Nothing stopped. If that's all that had happened, it had no effect, essentially. So when the motion started to come forward, and, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, like, some of it was, to demonstrate that we're, as a council, or different councillors trying to do something to move it forward. It became desperate, really. It was, grasping at straws, really, to find a way as a city to bring to end what was a federal crisis.
And my understanding too is that there was an amendment to the idling bylaw, which then made it a breach of the bylaw, if you will, to idle below a certain temperature, and that was because in the winter, if it's below a certain temperature, you can idle. But of course, this was being used, or this was not being implemented because the trucks were out there idling, and so they raised the temperature, or rather, they lowered the temperature such that it would apply even in cold weather. Have I accurately captured the spirit of that motion to amend the bylaw?
Yes.
Okay. And did that have an effect? Did passing that motion and amending that bylaw to make it applicable in cold weather have any practical effect?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, again, it wasn't an injunction. There was, I think that you could see from the evidence that trucks continued to idle. People, who were occupying those streets. It was February. It was extremely cold, and trucks and large trucks, vehicles, in some cases cars, just continued to idle.
Councillor Fleury, do you have any information as to why that didn't do very much?
I go back to the bylaw enforcement. Was bylaw authorized to enforce? And how many tickets were issued? We're under the same mindset that we were not informed that there was a slew of fines, and that wasn't a tool that was used by enforcement authorities to start to advance the dismantling of the occupation.
And at some point, I understand there was a suggestion that there were enough votes in council to pass a motion to request military equipment under the National Defence Act. Councillor Fleury, can you explain what that was all about and what came of that?
I think the context of that is very important. So we have a former military member who's a member of council who's fought in Afghanistan, and the conversation relating to that in its period is two-pronged. One is we have Chief Slowly, who's now at that point officially requesting additional resources from the OPP and the RCMP. And we have our city and OPS saying the tow trucks are refusing. The tow trucks under contract are refusing to offer service. And we can't procure more. We've asked provincial partners. They're not coming with solutions. So I know it's controversial because of the use of the Emergencies Act, and you're going back a generation on the use of that act. But the spirit of that conversation is relating to equipment to remove the truck. So the towing equipment, not the military. It's the equipment of the military to enable dismantling of the occupation.
Okay, so if I understand it, the City of Ottawa tow truck companies that were under contract with the City of Ottawa were refusing to tow and offer towing services, and this was a way to fill that gap. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened to that motion?
I don't believe it was ever brought because it got entangled into the federal politics of that, and I believe the Prime Minister and others commented that there would be no use of that act, but it lost sense of why the conversation was happening at the local level, I'd say.
I see, so it never made it to the floor.
No.
Okay. So in your view, both of you, was there more council could have done? And I'll start with Councillor McKenney.
Well, certainly, as I indicated earlier, to have an engaged council and staff looking at all options, which included, in the end, injunctions, on horns, injunctions on idling, but with strength. Certainly, that would have, at the very least, eased some of the stresses, the pressures that residents were under throughout the siege. In the end, I still contend that it was our local police who, in the beginning, made a serious error in allowing trucks to come into our city off of routes. Actually, I think they put up signs and actually, pointed to where they could park, and that, and then, our federal government, our provincial government, not responding in a way that in any way suggested that they, felt that having their capital under siege or losing their capital, really, we had a residential neighborhood that was lost, that was under siege, and no other level of government was taking it seriously. And until that happened, we weren't going to see an end to the occupation. And it really was about the resources in the end. It really was about what I called for early in the occupation. We need to have those extra resources brought in. Local police were not going to be able to respond once the occupation took root.
Councillor Fleury, was there more that City Council could have done?
I support the idea of an earlier injunction. It's pretty obvious now. The state of emergency, although symbolic, was used by provincial and federal elected officials to advance dismantling or solutions to dismantle. Our bylaws, it took a while for us to raise the fines, and not just raising the fine, but actually untangling the command of the bylaws and start eating away at the red zone and start limiting the impact in the residential and main streets of Ottawa. The way the city communicated with residents, I think, was also a lot of concerns around, call 311, but then if 311 is not efficace, if it doesn't work, then what happens? So, I think there's a lot of this, and I want to come back to one of the points, which was on I believe it was the Wednesday or the Thursday prior to the convoy arrival, was it the 26th of January, we were briefed by Chief Slowly at the time and Kim Ayotte and a number of councillors, I believe, including Councillor McKenney, Councillor Brockington, and Councillor Eglai, who's a lawyer by profession. We asked, will our truck routes be respected? And we were told no because of a charter. I won't recite because I'm not a lawyer. But then for us, from an outside perspective, hey, the following weekend they're at Queen's Park, they're in Quebec City, and wait a minute, the trucks are controlled. They're not walking right into the front doors. And adding to that, we're weeks into that, days into that, trucks are moving in and out of the zone, moving. It's like, whoa, it's like a triple effect of this. Like there wasn't a plan in place to limit truck movement, then truck movement continued, and there was no operational resolution to that. Like, okay, you can't move in the red zone, you're out of the red zone, we're not letting you back in. That took until basically the last days before that was taken seriously.
So you're saying that before the last days, that during the first few weeks anyway, trucks could leave the red zone and then re-enter?
Yes.
In your views, I want to ask you about the mayor's response to this. Councillor McKenney, do you think there was more the mayor could have done, or how would you describe his response to this event?
Well, certainly his response to me as the councillor, responsible for the residents of the downtown of Somerset Ward, I never received a phone call from the mayor. It wasn't until somebody mentioned it publicly that a meeting was called. Myself and several councillors and the police chief and the mayor. So, there was no attempt to work with me to provide guidance, to provide resources, support for residents. It's not about me personally. I didn't need any of that, but people I represent certainly did. There was no urgency from the mayor to respond, to provide the information that people needed to respond to the concerns that were, that were being brought to his attention and that of many others. I forwarded, in the end, many emails and instances of, chaos in the residential areas. So, yeah, it was very difficult. It felt like, for myself, that I was on my own to respond to what was happening in Centertown.
And Councillor Fleury, with respect to the mayor's response, what would you say to that?
It's easy when you look back, you can judge, and I know he'll be on, so you can ask them this specifically, but I think I'm going to bring it up to kind of the conversation that it needs to have, which is, the mayor represents every resident of Ottawa, and when there is an area that is impacted, you want to work closely with the mayor and legal team and so on, so that everyone's on board with the actions, right? So I bring you back to that period. I'm the only councillor basically at City Hall. I can't work from home. I'm at City Hall. I'm in my office. That entire building is empty. It's empty. So, there's the factor where councillors live, where the mayor lives, where city staff live. They're seeing it on their screen. They're seeing it on social media. They're not living it. So I'm not casting a blame. I'm describing the period, right? There's a period of time where people are behind their screen at home. We're living the impacts in real time, and it happens extremely quick. And then, there's the other piece, which is the period, like the crisis. At the city, again, I go back, I'm young but getting old. 12 years later, we've had a lot of crisis. Flooding, power outages, a recent derecho, the sinkhole on Rideau. It's pretty standard what you see at the city. There's a table, a white table with name tags, a water bottle. You'll have communication, you'll have the service lead, that'd be through the COVID, it was public health. Through other crisis, it might have been Hydro Ottawa, it might have been a city official, the mayor, and maybe other jurisdiction. I didn't see that white table during this situation ever. And I out of all the crises I've seen, it's a bit unique that I didn't see that. And I've never asked, he's never explained it, but that to me is like, as someone who's lived the crisis at the City of Ottawa, is atypical of not seeing that confident, we have a plan, informing residents. It came through, but it came through police chief, through police communication, and some city information, which was often criticized because of street closures and the tone that was used in city communications and police communications in the first few weeks.
Thank you. I want to take you now, just to close, to OTT 30058. And it's a video, Councillor McKenney, that you filmed. And I believe we talked a little bit about this day that it was filmed, but I'll ask you to confirm it. We're just going to stop it at 150 because I think there was some maybe audio issues at the very end of the video. So we'll stop it at 150, but we can go ahead and show it.
Anyways, Councillor. So Councillor McKenney?
Yeah, they are next, Mayor.
Thank you. I am out here on the street, as you can see, where people live.
We're never fucking leaving.
Yeah, hi there. Where people live. And here we are Wednesday, in the evening. We couldn't even have this meeting early in the day. I have not heard from anyone, whether it's the city, whether it's police, anyone. What is the plan to protect the people who live downtown, who are under siege, who continue to be under siege? And I don't know who is, hey bud, I don't know who is counting trucks. I tell you that the street is not cleared. Our residential area is not cleared. The smell of diesel fumes right now is actually sickening. And I want to know, and I want to know specifically, and I'm going to ask the city later on, what is the plan for this weekend? What is the plan so that we don't get thousands of people back on our streets adding to this mayhem and chaos. What are we doing? How are you stopping people from coming in on the weekend to add to what is already here?
Thank you. So can you confirm, Councillor McKenney, that this was filmed on the day of the council meeting on February 16?
Yes, it was.
And you say in the video, I don't know who is counting trucks, but I can tell you that the street is not cleared. What was that in reference to?
So this was a council meeting after the mayor had made some arrangement with one of the convoy organizers to remove trucks from the residential area. That did not happen. And this council meeting was Wednesday. I was very, very concerned. More than concerned, I was really quite frightened that another weekend would bring, just so much more chaos. We just could not go through another weekend. And I was very concerned that, that the mayor was relaying to council and to the public that that trucks had been relocated off of residential streets. I decided, probably an hour before council that I had to do something, and I went down to Kent Street, and I called in council from there to demonstrate that these trucks were still here. I needed people to see what was happening. It was very difficult because you would hear from people. I would get emails. I got exceptional amount of hate throughout the whole 3.5 weeks, but it was getting worse. Personal threats to myself, my family, and there was so much. People were dismissing what was happening. Not everyone, of course. I got tremendous support from across the city. People emailing me, they saw what was happening and they supported that. But I just did not feel that police, city had a plan for the weekend. It was Wednesday night. We just couldn't. Friday was the day that it all began again. So it was really a plea and a demonstration to everyone watching what was happening to people who live here on Kent Street. You can see the residential towers on Kent Street. People, that's their front lawn. That's where they live.
And Councillor McKenney, did anyone give you any kind of assurances or comfort about the plan for that weekend after this video?
Yes. After this video, I began to hear more regularly from the interim police chief that there was a plan in place. I got more specific information, not detailed, and I wasn't looking for detailed information, but that there was a plan in place to bring in the resources to end the occupation over the weekend.
And this was Interim Chief Steve Bell?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fleury, Councillor McKenney spoke about receiving threats to herself and to her family. Did you similarly receive threats? I believe we saw a bit of that in your witness statement, but maybe you can just explain that.
After the first weekend, and when we saw no movement, us speaking to locals, I was one of the first ones to say, stop the funding, block the funding. And I went on social media and said that. And
sorry, this is funding to the convoy?
That's right.
Okay.
And hours after, there were 2 pickup trucks that I have a young family, came to my home and just yelled absurdities with, typical pickup truck with the flags on. And at that point, I knew, okay, this is out of control. I had to shut down my own social media and I had to move my family out for the duration.
And was this reported to the police?
I did report it to the council liaison at the time, and we're walking 2 responsibilities. I'm responsible for my family's safety and well-being. I'm in a crisis at work, so gotta protect the family. I think Catherine did the same with their child, and for us, then it was back on the ground, back in terms of what could we do. So we didn't ask for it. We didn't want police protection. We wanted police on the ground to clear out the streets and protect our community. But the stuff we had on social media, the threats, my wife is Chinese Canadian. I have a mixed kid. What a beautiful country we're in. And here I am being threatened like, this virus comes from China. This guy is linked to China. Like, are we real? Like, I'm a local city councilor trying to help my community. I recognize I'm in the capital. Leave us alone.
And in closing, is there anything that either of you would like to add that we haven't covered about your experiences with impacts on residents and businesses, the city response, the police response, or any other matter relating to the convoy in Ottawa? I'll give you a chance to think about it. Have we covered it from your perspective?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you both. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have to take a break at some point because I think among other things, the interpreters need some breaks too. I know you all are pretty strong and want to go through, and I love the punishment, but I think they need a break. Now, the question is, we can start briefly with the coalition or break now. I don't know.
Je peux parler en français si vous voulez. On peut donner une pause aux interpréteurs.
I could speak French if you like, and we can give a break to the interpreters. Yes, but we have sign language interpreters as well. Okay, sorry about that then.
I had thought we'd do it about 5 o'clock, if that's okay, and you could get started, and unless there's a different order, I take it, I'm no longer asking whether it's agreed order, so if there is, let me know, but I'm assuming there isn't. So is it okay to get started with the Ottawa Coalition and
The only thing I would say, Commissioner, I think we're allotted 30 minutes. So I'm not sure if it would be, just because of the timing, I'm not sure if you're suggesting you want us to start and then break partway through our exam. My preference would be to do all of ours at once.
we do your 30 minutes at once, and then it'd be at 5:10 the break. But because I think we're going to go late, so I'm trying to break it at a good spot. Is that okay? Or do you want to break now?
It'd be my preference not to do my full 30 right at this moment. But,
Okay, well then let's take a 15-minute break. Let's try and keep it to 15 minutes, please. 15 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
15 minutes, please. Thank you to the interpreters.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Est-ce qu'on nous amène dans une salle pour manger?
Order at large. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Had better food.
Okay, we're into the last stretch.
I'm just gonna set my time watch, my stopwatch, Commissioner, make sure I'm on time or under time. Thank you, councillors, so much for joining us today. I'm just gonna go through.
If you could just introduce yourself
I
for the
apologize.
record
I apologize.
and for the witnesses.
Thank you, Commissioner. Paul Champ, legal counsel for the Ottawa Coalition for Residents and Businesses, representing community associations and business improvement areas in downtown Ottawa. Councillor Fleury, I'm going to take you through a few emails. I'd ask the hearing clerk to call them up. The first one is Ottawa 2779. And while that's being brought up, I just want to ask you, Councillor Fleury, I get the sense from your testimony, did you feel that the occupation of downtown Ottawa wasn't getting the attention it deserved from the mayor of Ottawa?
That's a tough question. Probably not as early
From your
as,
perspective.
Yeah, probably not as serious as early as it should have been. But when it was clear, I didn't feel resistance. I can put it that way.
Did the mayor reach out to you personally at any time to ask you how things were going with you? We've heard about his awful threats to your family or anything like that. Did he reach out to you?
Checking in throughout the weeks, I'd say it took a while though, and I was communicating with different members of his team throughout. So him maybe less so, but through his office in different instances for sure.
Well, but was there any the personal concern, the human touch, anything like that in between yourself and the mayor during that time, that difficult time?
Yeah, I mean, you have to go back to the period. A lot of these were either through text or through Teams or Zoom meetings, right? So you turn on the Zoom, you turn off the Zoom. There's not that sidebar conversation. There'd be a few texts throughout during that 3 weeks, but nothing that would nothing that comes to mind, I'd say.
Okay. We've got an email here that's Ottawa 2779. This is an email from February the 2nd from yourself to the mayor, a number of other people there. Serge Alpan, that's his chief of staff, is my understanding, and Steve Canalakos, his city manager, Kim Ayotte, and Councillor McKenney. This is you that you sent that email at that time?
Yes.
Expressing the concern for your constituents?
Correct.
And now in the end, so you laid out a lot of the issues there. In the end, you ask him, please consider the following, 4 points that you're hoping to consider. Did you get a response to this email?
I did not.
Okay. Can I ask to get document Ottawa 3893? Great. So this is just a series of emails. If we go to page 2, near the bottom, we see that you're getting an email here, Councillor Fleury, a bit lower. Lower. There we go. Yeah. So you were getting an email from a Mr. Brian Ohoski. Who is that?
He's the general manager of the Rideau Center.
Okay. And he's reaching out to you. Hi, Mathieu. So you interact with him fairly frequently?
Yes. Yes, he's. It's an important property. He's also the chair of the board of the downtown Rideau BI.
Right. And so he's asking you, is it safe or unsafe to open and operate the Rideau Center? Is there a way to leverage support of OPP or RCMP? Our accountability is to our paying tenants. For 5.5 days, we've been able to meet that requirement. Then we see an email from you just a bit further up. rolling up this time. Yeah, thank you. To hi, Steve, Mathieu, Kim, and Chief Slowly. Please below see 2 clear questions from Rideau Center. Can City and OPS clearly respond? And why did you send this to, that's Steve Canalacos, City Manager, I gather. Kim Ayotte, that's Head of Bylaw and Emergency Services, Chief Slowly. And who's Mathieu Gravel?
In the mayor's, he's a mayor's staff.
Mayor staff, okay. Okay. And then if you will just keep rolling up, we'll see the response that you get. I forwarded your request to the Councillor Liaison Office. That's Kim Ayotte. That's the Head of Emergency Operations. Is that right?
Correct.
And he says, we need to follow a process as we are getting hammered. Did you know what Mr. Ayotte meant by that?
No. We both our offices were getting tons of emails, but the way we were the way I was connecting into the city was tactical. Here, as you can see, we have a largest commercial property asking very clear, direct questions, which would influence their ability to open or not.
Yeah. And then you respond, McKenny and I are both most impacted. I am not flooding your mailbox. Rideau Center is not just any business. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I interpret that as the communications with Mr. Ayotte is starting to get a little tense. Is that how it was from your perspective, Councillor Fleury?
Yeah, I'm used to the environment where if you go to the top and you're funneled through a liaison or someone that it's of lesser importance, or else the management would take action and respond. I thought the email from Brian was very clear and deserved a clear response one way or the other. Two simple questions, not long, pretty obvious they'd been closed. I mean, Kim would have known that information.
Hearing clerk, could we get Ottawa 5511? Oh yeah, thank you. And the next page, sorry. Rolling down a bit further. There we go. So here's an email from Geneviève Dumas from Fairmont. Who is that?
She's the general manager at the Chateau Laurier.
Okay. And to Steve Ball, who's Mr. Ball?
Mr. Ball is the executive director of the Hotel Association here in Ottawa.
Right. You ever see Ms. Dumas talking about a sprinkler failure that started a fire alarm and flood in her elevators, and then raises the concern that the fire truck couldn't make it to the hotel. This would be the same case for ambulance. So all hotel in this radius is most likely in the same situation. Could be a major issue in case of real emergencies. This is the situation you were telling us about before, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then at page 1, we see, so rolling up, you see the picture there of it, but rolling up, and you said, hi, Chief, see below, what can we do? These seem to be extremely dangerous life safety and emergency response challenges. Not sure why OPS wouldn't have accessed Chateau Laurier via St. Patrick and Mackenzie Avenue. Did you ever get a substantive response to that?
No.
Counselor? Thank you. Hearing clerk, Ottawa 8282. Thank you very much. And I'll take you on this one to the third page, if I could, hearing clerk. Roll. Keep going. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. There we go. So this is an email from Mr. Brian Olhowski again from the Rideau Center to yourself and Andrew Peck. That's with the Downtown Rideau BIA on February 15th. And here, Mr. Olhowski is setting out that issue. He's setting out a number of issues, problems with the Rideau-Sussex intersection. But then he says, on a side note, Lamoureux Pumping had parked a red pickup truck in my underground parking with a diesel fuel supply tank in the back, and protesters are going back and forth filling portable gas cans and carrying them out to the demonstration. And then the last sentence, he says, that truck is still in my parking lot and I was not supported by bylaw. It's been over 24 hours. That's the incident you were telling us about before, Councillor Fleury?
Yeah, correct. This is a 911 call that went unresponded to. That
you got an email from the council liaison saying, hello, Councillor Fleury, and then a few other things. It just says, the tow was booked for this evening. However, the vehicle left the parking lot beforehand. We'll continue to monitor the situation. And your response to that is, if we roll up, that's great right there. Oop, no, down a bit. There. Thanks for the support, Matt. Obviously, I'm glad the truck is gone, but this does raise some major concerns for us. Between the three groups, OPS, bylaw, and regulatory services, still couldn't manage to tow a single pedestrian vehicle that was engaged in illegal activity from a private lot in a 36-hour window. So that was your understanding, it was there for 36 hours?
Yes, and not removed by authorities.
Thank God no one was injured there. You then, oh, pardon me, that's actually for Mr. Ohoski. That's not you. That's Mr. Ohoski. That's the Rideau Center saying that.
Correct.
You then forward that on to Mr. Ayat. See below from the Rideau Center. What should I answer him? I think he raises a fair point. And Mr. Ayat then writes this longish sort of email to you, and you respond. If we just go up a bit, roll up. So there's the long from Mr. Ayat, and then just roll up just a little bit more there. Great. And you just in a one-word sentence in response to that says, I don't believe this to be satisfactory. Why weren't you happy with that email, or why did you find it to be unsatisfactory?
It's not the type of relationship I'm accustomed to between an important stakeholder and the City of Ottawa.
And then Mr. Ayat responds, this is the answer, and I'll leave it up to you to decide if you want to send it. So is that continue to be a little bit of the tone of your communications with your own manager of emergency operations?
Yes.
Ottawa 7352. Great, and just roll down a little bit. Perfect. So this is an email that you received from Mr. Ohoski again on February 15th about raising concerns about the Rideau. Sorry, that was the one we just had. Sorry about that. Apologies, but just up a bit. Hi, Diane and Deputy Chief Bell. So you decided after those exchanges with Mr. Ayat, you wanted to forward it on to Ms. Deans, the chair of the Police Services Board, and Deputy Chief Bell. Why did you send it on to them?
I'm not known to give up on things that I think are incorrect. I mean, I felt that the response not only was inadequate for the seriousness of the situation, but also raised a number of other risk factors that that could go unanswered.
For time, Council, there's a couple other documents I was going to put to you, but I'm not going to do that, about some concerns about schools, that there was some concerns that schools were raising about convoy, or it seems to be convoy associated trucks. Can you just tell us what you knew about that?
So I am Francophone, and the Francophone, both the Francophone boards did connect with me. There are schools in both of our areas, and they were wondering what was police recommending, if they should operate or not. They had issues for their staff to get to work. Parents were raising concerns. And there were a number of incidents where their parking lot was used by pickup with flags in the context of the school, and there had been on social media a number of threats of go attack the school, go around the schools, and that sort of drove a lot of the concerns from the school boards, and we heard it separately from parents on the same issues. And Ottawa Police liaison team did connect with them in this case. They were in the 2-3 schools that I can think about that were most concerned. OPS liaison did meet with the principal.
And also Trudeau, Devonshire, which is not in the ward I represent. It's just on the, just to the west, a block or two. But after Hat King had
that was happening downtown. I'll just ask you first, Councillor Fleury. Were you hearing anything from city staff about any concerns about air quality or the health impacts of diesel fumes in downtown Ottawa from these 400-odd trucks that were idling all the time?
No, we were worried. I think that is one of the aspects around noise and fumes where council was pretty supportive of our request, saying, what are the strategy, what are the risks? And media and experts in that world sort of were speaking publicly to that matter, but we saw few actions to other than the injunction to actually resolve that.
And Councillor McKenney, same for you. Were you hearing from city staff about issues around air quality because of the diesel fumes in downtown Ottawa?
no, I never heard from city staff on that issue.
And what about, were you hearing from residents about what they were experiencing?
Oh, absolutely. The smell of diesel fumes on Kent Street and in that, in the center of the occupation was actually, made you feel ill after you were there about half an hour, or so. I heard from residents daily about their concerns.
So this document that I've pulled up, it's an email that you guys did not get, but we see some of the people in on the twos and the froms. A Kelly Cochran, a Todd Piper, Tricia Karen was with the Ottawa Police, Eustace Roberts with the police, Michelle Ferguson with the Ottawa. Do you know some of those people? Are you familiar with any of those officials or police officers?
I'm not.
I'm familiar with one of the
public health.
Names, but not
Mr. Ferguson, I
officers.
believe,
Yeah.
So this is an email that was sent, disclosed by the City of Ottawa, sent on February the 18th, subject message from Ottawa Public Health regarding convoy-related air quality concerns. And the author writes, "Good morning, sharing with you messaging that OPH, Ottawa Public Health, developed and requested that we share with our colleagues who are working or traveling in the PZ." I'm not sure if you know what is that a city acronym or something like that, the PZ?
I'd never heard it before I saw this.
Okay. And here's a long email. You've had a chance to see this email now. We were sharing with that you. There's concerns here about the air quality and about the health impacts from Health Canada, as noted, as well as Ottawa Public Health. Had that information been shared with you at the time?
No.
No.
About the protests have become entrenched and become an ongoing occupation. The potential risk of exposure to diesel exhaust, as well-documented health concerns, has increased for those in the impacted areas. As a result, we'd like to bring this to your attention, ask you share this with any agency conducting health and safety risk assessments during the event. So that wasn't brought to your attention?
Nope.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, can I get a document, Ottawa OTT 3640?
That's a problem.
While we're waiting for that, I'd just like to ask you, Councillor Fleury, you told us a bit about the personal impact to you, and it was after you had gone on social media talking about fundraising, is that right?
Yeah, I was saying the only way we're going to see an end to this is to stop the funding.
Right. And who were you trying to communicate to when you put that message out on social media?
I'm a local city councillor who represents the residents in my community and businesses and within our city. So hard to control that within social media. I hear you, but my communication is to my residents and businesses.
And you were referring to the millions of dollars that was being raised on GoFundMe to support and keep the protesters here in Ottawa, is that right?
Correct.
And you were looking for some solutions, maybe the city could do something to stop the flow of that money to those individuals?
Correct.
Right. And then how far did that social media go that you heard about?
Yeah, I mean, we had to shut down the platforms, and as I said, there were a few hours later, people showed up at my house. It was, again, I'm a local city councillor finding myself on Fox News, and I guess would describe the situation.
We have this document up, Councillor McKenney. It's an email from Jessica Bradley. Who is that?
Jessica is the assistant to Diane Deans.
And this is an email on February the 4th, 2022. Subject, walk through Centertown, and it's addressed to Catherine, Sean, and Jeff. Those are two other city councillors. Saying, I'm writing this morning to strongly encourage you not to move forward with your planned walk through Centertown today. Just for our time, not to go through the whole thing, but what was the message you were getting from Councillor Dean's office as the representative from the Ottawa Police Services Board?
Yes, I believe this came from Councillor Deans through Jessica Bradley's email, but we were organizing walks. This would have been the first one that we were organizing, and Councillor Deans did have, certainly concerns, serious concerns that it would cause resources to be redirected from other areas that police were focused on. And, she also called me to explain that, she understood why I was doing why I felt I needed to do what I was doing, but that she was afraid that it would encourage further violence.
Councillor Fleury, there's one other question I was going to ask you about the bylaw, and both of you a little bit. The way you were kind of describing it, outside the red zone, there was some enforcement of bylaw that you were observing, but it seemed to be selective?
Correct.
A bit of selective enforcement that it seemed trucks associated with the convoy weren't getting tickets, but residents in Ottawa were getting tickets?
I described it the other way, but your assumptions aligns with what I've been describing. Correct.
Thank you. I'd like to get document Ottawa 29762. Now, councillors, I want to ask you about one big event that occurred partway through, and that was the removal of the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board and another member of the Police Services Board by motion, and then which led to then a few others resigning. That event, as you may recall, there was an Ottawa City Council meeting on February 16th, 2022. We've got the in-camera minutes now for that. You participated in that debate that day?
I did.
Yes.
Councillors, this was a motion brought by one of your colleagues, Councillor Moffat, to remove Councillor Deans from the Police Services Board. Is that right, Councillor Fleury?
Correct.
And Councillor McKenney, you participated in that debate that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just for a point of time, we've seen some of the comments that you've made through here, both of you, but I do have one or a couple of questions for each of you. If I could go to page 4. And down near the bottom. Yeah, that's perfect. You'll see there, Councillor McKenney noted that save for a few councillors that had reached out to them and offered help, other members had done nothing. They indicated they had not received any calls from the city manager or the general manager of Emergency Protective Services. The councillor noted that Councillor Deans and me had reached out. Councillor McKenney expressed opposition to the motion to remove members from the Ottawa Police Board, arguing it was a power grab. Can you tell us? Oh, I apologize. It goes over to the next page. Sorry. I just
Scroll down
to the next page. I apologize.
Thank you.
Clerk. Can you tell us what was the point that you were making there, Councillor McKenney? What was your concern about the removal of the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board in the middle of this crisis in the city?
Well, this was February 16th. This was the day that I called into council from Kent Street, and then I rushed home on LRT to get back in time for in camera. I had to be in a secure space, so I had just gotten back to my home. The notion that Councillor Deans would be removed as chair of the Police Services Board in what was the middle of a crisis in our city. We had a police chief who had resigned. We needed action. We needed stability. I was terrified of going into another weekend where, the actions of harassment and intimidation were just increasing every weekend. And I felt very strongly that the mayor and some members of council, but certainly the mayor, was using this to take away any influence that Councillor Deans had vis-a-vis the Police Services Board, and I referred to it as a power grab.
Do you recall how much notice did you have about this motion and what its objective or purpose was?
Not
We didn't vote.
in that afternoon, I figured it was coming. I had been in contact with Councillor Deans. I was trying to do everything I could to get resolution to what was happening. So there was some indication that, that there was something happening. I wasn't brought into those conversations, of course, but when the motion dropped, it had never been communicated to me anyway.
And this had been, sorry, Councillor.
I just think, we see it maybe a bit differently for different reasons, but you have to consider the day.
Yeah.
We have a council meeting that's booked early afternoon with a police services board in the morning. That police services board pushes this into the evening. When they get out of that police services board, we're informed that the chief is no longer the chief.
Right.
And then we walk into council, and then we're learning about this. We go in camera, and then, you could read through it. It's like, DC Bell will execute, but we have someone else aligned. There's a chaos within a chaos, right? So my perception is, in bizarre way, to Councillor McKenney's point, we need stability at this point. We need to dismantle this. We need the operations, right? And there's a number of things that led to the Slowly situation, but I just think just taking those minutes without the context,
right,
maybe misses some of the nuances.
For sure. And so just the context was that the chief had resigned, Chief Slowly had resigned, and then the board had reached an agreement with another retired chief from another police services and wanted him to come in just on an interim or short-term basis to lead the police service. And some people were concerned, well, why don't we just have the Deputy Chief Bell remain as interim chief? That was the that was the context?
Correct.
And your view is, why bring in someone else, just have Deputy Chief Bell stay in charge?
My view is this new hire is not coming in fast enough.
Right.
DC Bell's in place. We need dismantling. People have been asking us for 3 weeks.
Can you recall what Councillor Deans said about why she didn't want to leave Deputy Chief Bell in charge as chief? Or that she had any concerns with his leadership at that time?
I don't remember.
Or Councillor McKinney?
No, none that she expressed to me.
And you had asked Councillor Fleury about, well, what was the board going to do if the former chief had not resigned? Do you recall that?
Correct.
And do you recall what Councillor Dean said to you?
I think it's well scripted in that piece that you'd share these documents. It was apparently a mutual agreement to resignation.
Or you were asking, well, what were if Slowly didn't resign, if Chief Slowly didn't resign, what were you going to do, or did you have concerns? She said something like, well, we did have concerns, he didn't have a plan.
Correct. I'm asking that in the spirit of what was happening with Slowly, where initially he said this is not a police matter. There's a political fix. Then he said, well, we need additional resources. Then all of us, under the pressure of the residents and community, was saying, what's your plan? And then all of that tangled over the days, the hours, and eventually this resignation.
Right. Could I get document OTT 8026? Now, this is an email that we're bringing up, Councillor McKenney, that you sent on February 17th to interim Chief Bell at this point. And you say there is a significant police action this morning. Should residents in Centertown be sheltering in place? Should they evacuate today? What are we doing to keep kids in school safe? Has anything been communicated to people affected by the movement against this occupation? And then we'll see, there's an exchange up there that you weren't in on between Robin Guest and Sir John Bennett. Is a good question. Did you get an answer to your good question?
I did get an answer from the interim police chief, Steve Bell.
Can you recall what he said to you?
My recollection is that he said there was no need to shelter in place or for any evacuation, and that he would keep me updated as the operations moved along.
Could I get document OTT 25001? I'm hoping I got that right. I recognize I'm just about out of time, Commissioner. Councillor McKinney, I was going to ask you about access to groceries in grocery stores. Do I have the right one here? Yeah, it is. Just before I get into this document, there's 2 major grocery stores in your ward, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's the Independent at Somerset and Bank.
Yes.
And the Farm Boy at Metcalfe and Gloucester, I guess, is that right? Or,
Metcalfe Nepean, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did they stay open throughout the occupation?
Yes, they did.
Did they close at any time?
The Farm Boy closed on one afternoon. Was overtaken by a significant amount of the occupiers. There was a message that had come out that the Independent had also, but in the end, I learned that, in fact, the occupiers had gone into the basement, into the parking garage underneath, but in fact, the
Independent
store didn't. The Independent did not close down.
They just closed down their
Yes,
parking
exactly.
lot. Their underground parking lot. Commissioner, I'm just going to respect the time, and those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, Commissioner. In the interest of trying to save...
Could you again, I'd
I'm
like
sorry.
people to introduce themselves for the
My name is
witnesses.
David Michikowski, and I appear for the Ottawa Police Service. I apologize for that. In the interest of trying to save a bit of time, I'm going to try not to refer to a document, but if you need the document to assist you, I'm certainly happy to call it up. And so I want to start by talking about the January 26th meeting that the Ottawa Police Chief attended with councillors. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yes.
And just, Councillor McKinney, I'll address my remarks, some of these remarks to you, and then when I want to address remarks to Councillor Fleury, I'll address them to you, again, in the interest of trying to save some time so that I don't have you both answer the same question. And I understand that at that meeting, you were specifically, and that was a meeting with councillors specifically to let them know about what the situation was coming up. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as I understand, at that time, you were told, or the councillors were told, that the situation was fluid.
Correct.
And you were also told, or the councillors were also told, that the police could not predict what would happen.
That is my recollection, yes.
And you were also told that that they had certain numbers with respect to the expected convoy, but those could change within the hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you, as a result, Chief Slowly advised that area businesses would therefore have to make decisions for themselves as to whether to stay open or not.
Correct.
And you understood that that was because it was such a fluid situation.
Correct.
And at that meeting, it was also indicated by Chief Slowly that the unpredictable nature, that this was an unpredictable event, correct?
That was what he said, yes.
And thank you very much. And I want to go forward 2 days to January 28th. I understand further information was provided to council at that time. Is that correct?
What day of the week is it? Could you?
That would be on the Friday.
The Friday, okay.
And I'll call it up for you if you need the document, Councillor McKinney. But I understand that, so that was on the Friday, and the convoys had started to arrive on Friday. Is that correct?
The convoy did start to arrive on Friday, yes,
Right. And the largest one, however, came the following day. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And at that meeting, you were advised by the Ottawa Police that, again, the situation was very fluid and would continue to change.
That was their assessment that they relayed to us, yes.
And I understand on Saturday, January 29th, more information was provided to you. And I wonder if we could call up OPS 4225, please. And perhaps we could just scroll down. And I understand if we look at the, we see that again, you were told, I guess, in the, I believe in the fifth line, if I'm not mistaken, that the dynamic of the crowd at that time was cooperative, but there were isolated incidents, but overall the crowd at that time was peaceful. Is that your recollection?
I don't recall seeing this, this email.
You don't recall seeing it?
No, I mean, doesn't mean that it didn't come to me, but
You wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that information, would you? That was from Mr. Ayat at the city. And it looks like it
Wasn't sent to us.
it wasn't sent to us. I never saw this.
This was sent to senior management.
Yeah.
but I take it you would have no reason to not trust what Mr. Ayat said?
We weren't informed.
We weren't, yeah, I have no idea. We certainly were never given this information, or this assessment, yeah.
So certainly the information we see was conveyed to lots of people in the city of Ottawa that it was a fluid situation. Correct?
That seems to have been conveyed, yes.
And that continued to be your understanding from the first meeting with the chief, that things were changing, correct?
That is what the chief conveyed to us, yes.
And I wonder if we could please turn up OTT 1930. That is a chain of emails, and I understand that on January 30th, the chief provided a further update to councillors. Is that correct?
I'm going to object. Council, can you please provide a little more information?
If we could perhaps scroll down.
I don't see the document as saying that whatsoever.
You'll see.
Okay.
Do you have it now? Perfect, thanks. The chief provided a further update to councillors.
Yes.
And I see in the first couple of lines that he indicated that there were large crowds, but they were being managed at that point in time.
That was his assessment, yes.
And he also indicates that there were some high-risk situations that had been managed by the police.
That's what he says here, yes.
And criminal investigations were undertaken.
That's what Chief Soley says, yes.
And he also said, I wonder if you could scroll down a little further. Yeah, that's fine. He also said, you'll see the paragraph that starts, priorities continue to include. You'll see the next sentence he indicated.
This is Diane Dean's.
This was not from the chief.
Yeah.
That's correct, but Diane Dean says, and this goes to
I see. Okay.
counselors, correct?
Right.
Right. And so Ms. Dean says in that paragraph that I just took you to, this work is resource intensive and police resources are fully stretched and fully engaged, correct?
That's what it says.
And I take it you had no reason to disbelieve what she was saying to you?
I did not agree with the assessment after the first weekend, no.
And so you didn't agree when she said it takes basically a lot of resources?
Oh, I agreed with that. What I didn't agree with was the assessment by the chief that everything was under control for the weekend.
Let's see. And you'll see that in just above where it says ending of the demonstration and departure, you'll see at this time, due to safety concerns, management of the protest and traffic must take precedence. However, these matters will be responded to as resources become available. You saw that?
Yes.
And so I take it what you understood from that was that the police have to prioritize management of the protests due to safety concerns?
Correct.
And I take it you understood that just as, I don't know if you've had the unfortunate experience of being in a hospital in recent years, but just as in a hospital, patients get triaged in emergency, that was going to happen with the police as well.
That's what is being indicated here, yes.
Right, and you understand from the situation in a hospital that sometimes the most pressing and serious problems have to be solved first.
That would be my expectation, that the most serious problems would be, yes, would be resolved first.
And it's not a question, of course, that somebody else's problems who's in the queue are not important, but it's simply a question that there are limited resources, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, obviously, that police also do not have unlimited resources?
That is correct.
And you understand as well that ultimately it took approximately another 2,000 police officers from across the country to help end the occupation, along with the approximately 1,150 active Ottawa Police Service members, correct?
That is correct.
And so you wouldn't expect, I take it, for Ottawa Police to have 3,150 officers on staff at all times, correct?
That is correct.
It's a question of what the municipality is prepared to pay and what the taxpayers are prepared to pay in terms of funding of the police service, correct?
Yes, you don't staff for surges and need for response. Of course, I understand that, yes.
And on January 31st, you attended another meeting, and that is OPS 5187. And if we can just, that was a meeting with the chief of police and the mayor, correct? And if you want to scroll down, you'll see that it appears, Councillor McKenney, that both you and Councillor Fleury were there. You can see at the fore, there's a reference to something that you said, and you'll see at number 3, there's a reference to something that Councillor Fleury said.
Can you scroll down so we see the extent of what this communication is? This is a note summary. Could you?
Meeting with
If you want to go back to the top of the document.
Yes.
I don't know these people.
It was an update from the chief, and then you'll see at the bottom, there are some references to your Councillor McKinney and Councillor Fleury, Councillor Luloff. Do you see that?
I see it, yes. I don't recall this meeting.
Okay. And I see there's a reference in this memo to the fact that there could be massive risks. Would you accept that that is a realistic assessment of what was going on January 31st, that there would be massive risks in the city of Ottawa and in the police operations at that time?
Massive risks to
Implications
to
in short,
residents.
medium, and long term of intervention, especially risk of physical conflict that will ripple across the country.
So is this the risks to residents?
I'm asking you whether you agree that there would be risk implications. Those could be risk implications, of course, to residents, to police officers.
Well, not being a law enforcement expert, I would have to say that if police felt that there were risk implications, my job at the time was to look out for the people that I represent and their needs, certainly their security needs weren't being met. But if police here say that there were risk implications, that is their assessment of the situation.
And if we could scroll.
Mr. Commissioner, the witnesses have said they don't recall this meeting. So unless my friend can contextualize and maybe help them remember what meeting it was, just putting statements to them when they've said they don't remember being there is not really going to be much assistance to the commission.
Well, let me see if I can help this. You have no reason to disagree that these things occurred, do they? You just simply don't recall that meeting, but you don't question the document, do you?
I think the councillors need to understand a bit more about the document, that it's notes from a meeting taken by the OPS, and maybe try to help them recall the meeting.
Commissioner, if the witness, I didn't understand that the witness did not agree, simply Councillor McKinney indicated she didn't specifically recall.
My pronouns are they.
Apologize. They did not specifically recall the meeting.
Okay, well, maybe you can just ask if they can confirm their understanding or what they know about this meeting, and then we can go from there.
Thank you. If we could scroll down, please, to question 4. There's a statement, and it appears to be attributed to you, Councillor, but perhaps you can tell me if that helps refresh.
Can you just go up a bit to see what these questions are? I think it's just, it's not clear to me either what this is recording.
It is not entirely clear, but you'll see at question 4, there is something, and I'm going to read it to you, Councillor McKinney, and perhaps you can tell me if that refreshes your memory.
I've read it. It does not.
It does not.
You know, this was 3.5 weeks of constant meetings and you know, working 15-hour days. I don't recall every single meeting and thing that was said and brought up, and this is not helping in any way. There's no context for what this meeting is about.
Sure,
I don't disagree that it happened, but
sure. So there's let me try this. So there's a statement in number 4 that says, "I appreciate everyone doing their best." Mm-hmm. Does that sound like something that you said?
Yeah, of course. I don't disagree that what was put down here attributed to me. I probably did say I appreciate that everyone is doing their best on January 31st.
And it also indicates you appreciate that everyone's doing their best. It also, you talked about feedback and frustration increasing, correct?
That most certainly was happening, yes.
And I take it your feeling, and that of the whole city, presumably was they wanted this to end, correct?
They would have preferred that. Police never allowed the trucks to come in on non-truck routes and park in their neighborhood and stay. That was the key of the frustration with what was happening. And then when it couldn't end, residents could not understand, you know, from what they were seeing, why police couldn't take more action. And yes, on January 31st, I appreciated that everyone was probably doing their best, but the frustration that came from residents and myself really was that, it should have never happened in the first place. We saw what happened in Quebec City, we saw what happened in Toronto, and, that frustration just increased as we saw how other police services handled the convoys.
And the situation in Toronto that you referenced, that occurred after the Ottawa situation, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that obviously Toronto learned from Ottawa's experience, correct?
Yes, I can't speak for them, but I would imagine they did.
And you're aware that for Rolling Thunder, a different plan was in place because, again, Ottawa police learned with the benefit of hindsight.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so given where we were on January 31st, you obviously wanted it to end, but you understood there was, at that point, no magic bullet, correct?
Oh, no, I expected every night when I went to bed to get up the next morning and that there would be an end to it. I had to believe that. It was too dangerous for the residents that I represent to ever consider that this could not end with perhaps not alone police force, but we also have a federal government and a provincial government that were not stepping in. Nobody else was stepping in. I agreed that we needed much more resources, but the fact that it took 3.5 weeks is inexcusable.
And ultimately, it was solved with more resources under the command of Interim Chief Bell, correct?
3.5 weeks later, yes.
And I understand that you're obviously interested in serving your constituents and assisting them with their immediate problems.
Correct.
And you'd agree with me as well that you have a duty to protect your constituents, but also the city from the harm that may come upon.
Correct.
And so if, for example, a resident in your area calls the police or bylaw because there's a truck blocking the street, but the people in the car are armed and threatening to detonate a bomb or to kill a hostage if the police move in, you would expect that the police would try and de-escalate.
Correct.
And you would not want the police to simply solve the complaint about the resident, about the truck blocking it, if that meant serious bodily injury or death would result to others in the neighborhood or to the officer.
Correct.
And you would also agree with me that while you're advocating for your constituents, you recognize that the police may be aware of other information that you aren't, and that they need to take into account when they address protesters.
Correct.
And if we could please call up document 1346, please.
What is that's not a complete identification.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's OTT 000111346.0001.
There we go.
And if we could look at 1138, there's an email, Councillor McKinney, from you. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you indicate in the second you're raising a particular issue about your constituents and their fears and concerns, correct?
With the people, yes, constituents who were living in the middle of the occupation, correct.
And I see in the the third line, you'd agree with me that there's much at that point that you did not know that was happening in the background.
Of police operations, that is correct.
And you obviously would not expect the police to share sensitive operational information or intelligence with you.
Correct.
And you recognize the need for the police not to disclose all details.
Hypothetically, or I guess, yeah. I was never looking for details of the operation. I was always looking for protection for the residents who were living in the middle of what became a violent occupation in our city.
And if we look at 1147, Mr. Ayot's response to you, he indicates that we would not want to take action that would fan the flames and make things more dangerous. That strikes you as sensible and reasonable, I take it?
I was looking for protection for residents, and I was given absolutely no information why residents that live in the downtown were not being protected.
Let me move on, Councillor Fleury, to ask if you'd be good enough to answer this question. If we could please turn up document 2779, OTT. And perhaps you could scroll down a bit.
I believe we saw this document earlier today.
I'm sorry?
I believe we saw this document.
Right, okay.
earlier.
And so the concern you expressed to the mayor in the third paragraph relates again to the question of resources of the Ottawa Police Service.
Correct.
And again, you're seeking more resources.
Correct, as per the chief's requests publicly at that time.
And you recognize, obviously, that in the face of this massive demonstration, Ottawa Police Service officers obviously can't be everywhere.
I have no opinion.
They can't be actively managing a demonstration and doing all of the regular police duties. They have to prioritize things, correct?
I don't agree. I've stated that as a member of council on numerous occasions that City of Ottawa paid police officers need to protect and serve residents of Ottawa, not demonstrators that come to our city.
And let me just, I see my time is coming to an end, so I'll have many more questions, but I'll try to just ask a couple now. So if I could ask you, please, to turn to OPS 8245, please. And if you could scroll down it. You talked about, Councillor McKinney, a fire at, or an arson attempt at a apartment on Lisgar, correct?
That's correct.
And it's in your witness statement, and I believe you also mentioned it earlier this afternoon, correct?
That's correct.
And you're obviously aware of what goes on in your community, I take it?
As much as I can be, yes.
And you wouldn't have any reason, this contains some details as to the police's investigation of the arson. You wouldn't have any reason to suggest that the police didn't investigate that arson, would you?
No, I believe that they did investigate the arson, the attempted arson.
And you're aware that two individuals were both charged with arson and a number of other offenses?
That's correct.
And in both cases, the media release indicated that they were not associated with the convoy, correct?
Yes, I did not agree with that, but that is what the media release said.
You would agree with me, you've given me many examples of legitimate concerns of residents during the protest. You would agree with me, however, that there are many examples of situations where the police did take actions to address residents' concerns during the convoy and did do outreach, correct?
Yes, we did outreach together, as a matter of fact.
And finally, perhaps I can just finish off. I understand your frustration with the level of enforcement that took place in the red zone during the convoy. But you, if we could please just turn up, just to assist you, OTT 28754. You referenced the injunction that the city ultimately obtained, correct?
I'm sorry, which injunction is this?
You talked about an injunction that the city of Ottawa obtained. Your view was that it was that they should have done it sooner, but you mentioned it. And so that's the decision of the Associate Chief Justice. I'm just going to ask if you'd be good enough to scroll to paragraph 26. Justice McWatt says, nevertheless, over 2,000 tickets for bylaw infractions have been given out since January 28 in relation to the demonstration. Specifically, 1,732 parking tickets have been issued in the demonstration zone. That's the red zone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
From January 28 to February 10, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And so you would agree with me that there was enforcement, there simply wasn't enough enforcement. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
And there was ultimately you agreed with me, I believe, that there was not enough resources available to successfully.
So your previous question, though, referred to bylaw, right? We're talking about the bylaw response here to tickets. So I do agree that there just weren't enough resources. And I do agree that police did not have, at this point, police also did not have enough resources. It's why I called on, actually wrote to the Prime Minister begging for resources to come into the city. So yes, I do agree.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councillor McKenney. Thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next is the convoy organizers. If you have any questions.
I'd like to say good morning, but it's good evening. So I'll start with yourself, Councillor.
By introducing yourself,
Oh,
please.
first, hi, I'm Brendan from Alberta. I'm Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, of which is an organization that represents the protesters as well as the truckers that were in your city in 2022. So, Mr. Fleury, I want to start just asking you a few questions, if you don't mind. Do you remember sending an email on February 4th, 2022 to Kim Ayotte, Steve Kalinakokis, Keith Egile, Serge Arpin, Lucille Coulard, and Liberal Member of Parliament for Ottawa, Senator Yazir Naqvi, with a tweet from the former federal attorney general, Mr. Alan Rock, that stated the city should obtain an injunction to restrain the truck horns on the basis of nuisance. Do you remember sending that email?
Yes.
All right. And I understand that Mr. Ayotte, General Manager for Emergency and Protective Services for the City of Ottawa, replied to you. Is that right?
Don't believe so. I believe the answer came from Steve Kay,
From Steve Kay himself?
I believe.
Okay. And from your recollection, what was that answer?
All options are being looked at.
Okay.
Can the witness see the document? Is there a reason we are not putting it to him?
I was just asking if you remembered, and I'm not permitted to because I didn't seek leave prior. So that's under the rules. So in your evidence, you made use of a term you referred to as microaggression. Is that right?
I believe so, multiple times.
Okay. Is microaggression, is your understanding of that it means verbal and environmental slights?
Je suis francophone, donc si vous voulez être spécifique sur les mots, il va falloir que vous...
I'm francophone, so if you want to ask me specific things about words, you're going to ask me in French. You're asking me a theory about how to define something. Unfortunately, my knowledge of English terminology is perhaps not sufficiently appropriate, Commissioner.
Je m'appelle Brendan.
My name is Brendan.
I think, you know,
Okay.
it is funny, but it's not. I am doing my very best to answer clear questions in English. You asked me a very specific question on a definition. I'm saying, ask me, clarify in French, and I'm glad to specify if it is yes or no. The specificity of the nuance of a word, I'm uncomfortable in responding to your question.
What of the words that I put to you, and there's a few, so means, verbal, and environmental, and slights is confusing. Is there, which one are you confused about?
J'ai expliqué plusieurs fois.
I've already explained. Try to express this, and I've explained this to the commissioner, that to my mind, everything in the periphery of the red zone was what I would describe as being microaggressions. I could describe microaggressions to you. For example, go in front of somebody and pull their mask off. I don't know how we want to describe that as a definition, but that's an example of a microaggression. Walking into a restaurant, being asked to leave, and sitting down without having the right to stay, that's another microaggression. Fighting somebody who's homeless, beating somebody who's homeless, that's another microaggression, another type of aggression. Making so much noise at such high volumes that you have to close down a daycare, that's another kind of aggression. That's how I've described aggressions, Commissioner. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have a background in specifics, but I'm trying to use the terminology that I can to be as specific as possible to describe what I received as information and what I was able to see.
Get him a pair of these so he can understand what I'm saying in English as well, please.
Oh, that's mean.
Is that possible? Do you need this? Would you like one of these for when I question you in English, because I'm unfortunately incapable of speaking French?
And I will do my very best to answer in English, but it was a very, I don't need it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you had said that beating up a homeless person was an aggression, at least the translation. That's what it was. That's more of an assault. So had you witnessed any homeless people get beaten up by protesters?
No, if you recall my intervention, the Shepherds of Good Hope is located at the corner of King Edward and Murray. There was an incident with a client. The executive director reached out to me to inform me of the incident.
Okay. And were any charges laid?
I have no clue.
Okay. Who was the individual who was beaten? Do you know?
I have no clue.
Okay. Thanks. So it was in February 4, 2022, you get that email. Were you aware that Chief Solly, as well as the OPP, had recommended that the city get an injunction in January 31?
I don't believe I was.
Okay. And both of you, I take it, none of you were on the police commission, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you understand that as general counsellors, not on the police commission, are involved with the police. Again, my friend was trying to clarify that with you. The police are independent of the city, and they can't share information that they know or their plans with you. Do you know that?
Absolutely.
Correct.
My interventions relate to information I have from my community and reports that my community residents and businesses did to the Ottawa Police, and making sure that it's getting the attention and awareness from authorities.
Okay, thank you. So those are some of my questions. The other one I had, what is your relationship with Zexi Lee. How long have you known her?
I've never met Zexi Lee, except for when she was recognized as a community builder at City Hall by City Council.
Okay. And did you ever also assist, and I'll move on to yourself, Councillor, but with the distribution of the release agreements and the request of the protesters and truckers to leave under the asbestos of signing a release from the injunction and claim that was filed by Ms. Lee?
You're asking me?
Yeah, did you?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Councillor, so I understand that you do know Ms. Lee, is that right?
Yes, I met Ms. Lee about a week after the occupation ended.
Okay, but prior to that, I understand that from some of the information that you were handing out some of those leaflets for them to sign and to leave. If they signed it, they would be released from the class action lawsuit if they left. You were assisting with that.
Yes, that was not, at the time, I had not met Zexi Lee. I had friends who had been working in the community, and I agreed to go out with them to try to encourage some of the people who were parked on Kent Street to move along to avoid being part of that class action.
Okay, thank you. And I think a lot of these have actually, my friend has got through most of them. When did Chief Sully advise you that he needed 1,800 officers? Do you remember when that was?
I can't tell you when it was. I do recall that he said that.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that he asked for that around February 8th, 2022?
It would be fair to say that. I can't say that that's the exact date, yes.
And so just to clarify, so when you made that motion in the special council meeting with respect to having the Ottawa Police Service be taken over by the RCMP, that was on February 7th, 2022. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Right. And why did you choose the RCMP and not the OPP?
At the time, I was desperate to do anything to bring order into the residential areas. I saw the area around Parliament as being the responsibility of the federal government, and that is why I asked for federal assistance, which was the RCMP.
Right. And in some of the records, a colleague of yours, I believe you know him, NDP member, Provincial Parliament, Joel Harden, he was contacting members in the community and members in the council trying to raise money for the claim of Ms. Lee. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And one more question, actually, for you, Mr. Fleury. You had said earlier in your evidence that individuals and persons couldn't live in the space where the protesters had set up. Is that right?
Yes.
So how did the protesters live there?
A big rig, as you know, is quite a significant space. And what we saw was very creative ways to live in those spaces or in the cab or so. Yeah, I mean,
so
not sure where you're.
These individuals that are living there in the area, of course, are in their houses and as well as in their apartments, correct?
Who are the individuals in this case?
You said it wasn't livable for the residents, correct?
Correct.
Right. But they're living in their houses, and these truckers and protesters are living in their trucks, right?
You're saying that, yeah.
Okay. You would also define the trucks as weapons.
Yes.
Okay. And how were those weapons used to assault anyone or hurt them, other than the horns and the diesel you've already spoken about? Is that it?
The physical nature of the vehicle, which is quite large, and the combination of those are a form of a fortress, a form of a weapon.
Okay. So it's your view that a truck sitting on the side of a road with somebody sleeping inside of it is a weapon?
No.
Okay, so
Talking about the circumstances that created the occupation and created for businesses to not be able to operate safely, for transit services to be able to serve residents of Ottawa, for residents to be able to live in their own units, in their own properties, and walk safely on the streets of Ottawa.
okay. How many individuals that you know of since the occupation or the protest has ended, did you know during that time that vacated their residences?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. And last question. Ms. McKenney, or Councillor McKenney, you talked about in your evidence in chief about a counter-protest, correct? That you attended?
Yes, at Billings Bridge on Riverside, yes.
And I have to put this to you, it's about fairness question, because there may be evidence about this later. Did you recall seeing at that protest a sign with one of the counter-protests with a swastika on it that stated, gas the vaccinated, gas the unvaccinated? Do you remember seeing that there?
I do not recall seeing that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only questions.
Thank you, and thank you for being brief. Next is former Chief Slowly.
Chief Slowly, look where he's going.
Yeah.
Former Chief Slowly's counsel.
I was looking.
Don't trip up
I
now.
looked up to nod hello, and I nearly knocked out a monitor. I'm Tom Curry. A couple of things, if I can, in the time that I have with you. You spoke earlier about the meeting of council on the 16th of February. Recall a long and difficult meeting. You agree?
Yes.
And at that meeting, a vote was tabled to, as you've described, to replace Councillor Deans as chair of the Police Services Board, right?
Correct.
And Councillor McKenney, you voted in opposition to that motion. Councillor Fleury, you divided on that question and thought Councillor Deans should resign.
Correct.
And if I recall the meeting, you thought she should resign on a principled basis, that what had occurred in the Police Services Board meeting earlier that day was a suggestion that another outside police chief be brought into the organization to help solve this problem.
Correct.
And you thought, for the reasons that you've explained to the commissioner, that was not the time to go searching for a new police chief.
That is correct.
Elsewise, if I understand the record, you are a person who has over time been very supportive of Councillor Deans and her work on the Police Services Board.
I'd say neutral.
Neutral, all right. Councillor McKenney, you have been very strongly supportive of Councillor Deans in her role as Police Services Board Chair of the city.
I have, yes.
At the time of the debate about the resignation, or the replacement rather, by council, Councillor Deans described the circumstances in which Chief Slowly had operated as the chief. Do you recall that, both of you?
Yes, I do.
Yes?
Yes.
And she was a very passionate defender of Chief Slowly's work, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? And in fact, on that question, both of you have been as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, Councillor McKenney, you used the language.
Could I clarify, when you're saying how I felt about Peter Slowly is about his presence as the chief in Ottawa, not in the context of the occupation? I just want to clarify my yes there.
Thank you. So I can say up to the, I don't know whether you have a date in mind, but up to the period of the occupation, you were a strong supporter of Chief Peter Slowly.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, Councillor McKinney, for your part, you described to your councillors, your fellow councillors, and to the public, a regret about losing Chief Slowly and felt that he had been scapegoated as a consequence of the events of the occupation leading to his resignation. True?
That's true.
And you felt so, as you described it then, on the basis that he was the city's first black police chief.
That is correct.
And that he was being, to use your language, scapegoated over the issues of the occupation, correct?
Yes, what I felt that night in that council meeting was that two people were going to be, one had felt he needed to resign, the other was being voted off, being the chair of the board, was that we've had one black chief of police, and this is only the, believe, second or third woman that has ever been.
Second, I believe.
Yeah.
Now then, I know neither of you have been multiple term councillors. I think Councillor McKinney 2 times.
3 times.
Councillor Fleury 3 times, yeah? Okay.
I was senior staff before I was
Okay, so you've been around the city a long time. Both of you have described to earlier to my friends that you understood that city council stays out of police operations and the Police Services Board has that legal mandate, correct?
Generally, I'd say yes, yeah.
And you were resolute defenders of your ward members and residents in trying to draw on every occasion the attention to police and the city of everything that you could to assist your ward residents, correct?
Correct.
In a focused way, yes.
In a focused way. And understood, each of you, that in the case of the chief, in the case of the city management, in the case of others, the mayor, presumably, that their mandates were wider than your own, correct?
Define it?
Yeah.
Well, start with the obvious. The chief of police is the chief of the entire city and not just a single ward.
Of his employees.
Correct. But he's the
Yes.
chief of police of the entire
He's the chief of the police of the entire city.
Yes, and has issues to address within his mandate that go beyond each of your wards. Must take into account those wards, but others, of course.
Yes.
During the time that you observed him, I appreciate, Councillor Fleury, that you lost confidence in Chief Slowly at some point during the occupation. But what you observed from Chief Slowly was the good faith execution of his duties, correct?
During the convoy, you're saying?
Yes.
Or generally?
Well, I mean, you tell me. You put it this way: you may disagree with you may have a disagreement about the way things were done or not done, but Chief Peter Slowly, you observed, was doing his best. Correct?
I'd like to clarify. I don't believe so. He briefed us on the Wednesday and the Thursday before the arrival of the convoy. We as council members had concerns. The truck route and the maintenance of the truck route was one. He informed us that he had legal backing of this information around the charter. We referenced, again, I'm asking for clarification on behalf of residents of Ottawa, and I to this day still don't have a legal document, either from the Police Services Board or from OPS, explaining where that decision came from, what legal environment was that in. So, and then you have the Chief Slowly who's saying, I need 1,800 new officers to resolve this. At the same time saying, this is not a policing matter. This is there's a political way to fix this. So that is the erosion of the support that I had for Peter Slowly, because if you're sticking to, I need more resources to be able to action, as council members, we should be aware, and other levels of government should be aware. But these two nuances relating to a charter right to bring the vehicle right to non-truck routes, and this floating of almost into political sphere around, hey, this is not a policing matter, is tricky.
Well, so you've combined a few thoughts. Those occurred on different dates as this evolved, first of all, correct?
Over the period.
And did you ask city legal for a legal opinion?
We did.
Did you receive one?
No.
Okay. And did they give you an explanation that the reason they weren't going to give you the opinion as to why they weren't giving you an opinion?
Because they couldn't speak to what opinion slowly got.
No, city legal.
That's what I'm saying.
I see, okay.
David White, who's city legal, we've asked him. I believe Councillor McKinney was in that meeting when we asked and said, what was the OPS and chief's decision to allow truck movement into the area? And our city legal is saying, we don't know, we've not been informed by the chief or the OPS as to what led to that operational action or inaction.
Okay, I'll just leave that. I'm gonna move along. Other witnesses will have to help us with that. But did you go get your own legal opinion?
Well, the legal opinion we get is from David White.
And did he give you an opinion?
On what aspects?
The aspect that you needed an opinion about that you just described to the commissioner. Well, what is the legal right of a protester? When did a legal protest become an illegal occupation? The one that you asked the commissioner. Did you?
Let's just put it this way: when truckers weren't able to show up at Queen's Park, and when they weren't able to show up at National Assembly, then we know that our police chief, perception of the charter was a little nuanced. I didn't need to seek more. It was at the time we were living the impacts of the crisis. We're not going to debate decisions that were already made and have impacts.
You described to one of my friends earlier, those events occurred afterwards. Everyone on earth learned what happened in Ottawa.
So the charter changed during the period?
Well, I'll give you an opinion afterwards about that. But Councillor McKinney, can I just have it from you that your observation of Chief Slowly from the beginning to the end was that he exercised his duties to the best of his ability in good faith?
I believe that he did, but I also believe that he made an error, whether it was in judgment or he had a legal opinion on what constituted the right to protest, to bring large trucks into the downtown. We were never, ever given a satisfactory explanation as to why that was allowed to occur. And from then on, I believe that, perhaps, yes, I do believe that he continued to do the best he could given the circumstances. But I go back to the fact that the truck should have never been allowed to enter the city. Every
protest that you have ever been involved in the city of Ottawa was different than this one, correct? This was unprecedented.
Correct.
Councillor Fleury?
Well, you made an assumption participated in. I've never participated in a...
Well, do you know what I mean by that?
Well,
I'll be clear.
We're on record.
No, forgive me. I'll be clear if you didn't know. Every protest that has occurred in the city of Ottawa from the time that you were a councillor.
Correct.
As people have, an earlier witness said, people come, they protest, they leave.
Correct.
That's your experience.
We have about 100 protests in Ottawa a year.
And you have not had one like this?
No.
The scale, correct?
Correct.
The scale was larger. The volatility was higher.
Correct.
Correct.
The demeanor of the crowd was angrier.
Correct.
And it became, as you've pointed out, an occupation. Yes?
Because the vehicles were allowed into the downtown, yes.
Well, the vehicles came to the downtown. Other vehicles have come to your downtown and then
Well, let me put it this way. Canada Day happens, and if I decide I want to drive my car up onto Wellington while the streets shut down, I don't have a right to do that. I have a right to protest. I've actually been in many protests. I've probably, have obviously with my background, I've gone up to the Hill. I've been at protests, but nobody has ever given me the charter right to take a vehicle into a protest. So I do, I'm not going to submit that the trucks coming in and allowed to park along Queen Elizabeth Drive should have ever been allowed.
You give us the assumption that the size and scale of the protests and the inability to respond is just based on that. I guess what we're saying back to you is if the trucks never made it to the zone, then we would have had a very different protest.
I'm sure the commissioner will take that into account from other witnesses also. I think we all understand that, actually. So then a couple of other quick things. Am I right that both of you supported requesting the federal government to exercise its powers to declare an emergency?
Yes, by the time that occurred, I was desperate. The people who were in the downtown where the occupation was happening were desperate. We needed it to end. By that point, I did support the federal government's use of the Emergency Act, yes.
Councillor?
It's just a little more nuanced. To me, we were asking for actions from senior levels of government to get back our city and dismantle the occupation.
Understood. And you also, I think you told one of my friends, you endorsed the Chief Slowly's request for an additional 1,800 officers.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And understood that the OPS had no adequate resources to deal with what had occurred.
At that point, absolutely.
Okay. I have no other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Careful.
Jeez.
Okay, next is the Government of Canada.
Good evening now, councillors. My name is Brendan Van Heiss, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this matter. And I just have a couple of brief questions for you. If we could pull up Ottawa 406610. This is a disposition document from the council meeting of February the 7th. You familiar with that meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And this was a meeting in which many different motions were brought and passed with respect to the convoy, yes?
Correct.
Yes.
I just want to focus on a couple of them, which the two of you testifying today brought or seconded. The first is if we could carry down to page 10 of the document. And to the one on the bottom of the page there, that's right about there. This is a motion that was moved by you, Councillor McKenney, and seconded by you, Councillor Fleury?
Correct.
Yes.
And this was referred to earlier, but this was the motion. If you just go over to the next page, the top of the next page, this is the motion that was carried asking for the RCMP to assume control of the parliamentary precinct, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And in the next morning, I don't think we need to go to the document, but the next morning, I believe, we can if you wish, but Chief Slowly wrote to you and the rest of council to advise about the operation of the Police Services Act and how, and to provide some of the legal reasons, at least as he was informed of them, why the RCMP could not directly assume enforcement as police of local jurisdiction immediately. Do you
We
recall that?
saw that document, but if I recall, it's
Was
directly to the mayor,
Yeah,
not
it
to
wasn't
council.
us.
Excuse me. Okay. Did you see that document though?
Now we did, but I
Now you
was
have.
not aware.
All right, fair enough. Can we move on to the bottom of page 11 of the same document? Just vanished.
Can we show the witnesses the document? Oh, there we are.
If you just go back to page 11 again. And then this is a motion that you moved, Councillor Fleury, and you seconded Councillor McKenney, right?
Correct.
And if you just scroll slightly down the page, this is the motion I think referred to earlier with respect to increasing the set fines for offenses under municipal bylaws and the POA. Is that right?
Correct.
Correct.
And this was passed as well, right?
Just there's a bit of nuance in what you're describing. We don't have the authority to change the fine levels. I believe it is, as it reads there, consider making an application to set fine increases. That's to the provincial courts.
Okay. Okay. So that's as far as this method went.
I believe it was supported by the courts ultimately.
Yes.
Okay. And then could we lastly go to a motion on page 17? It's that one there that is moved by Councillor Meehan and seconded by you, Councillor McKenney?
Correct.
And this motion actually on February the 7th is defeated on an even split vote. Is that right?
Correct.
But I take it that both of the two of you were yeas in favor of this motion on February the 7th?
Correct.
As per record, yes.
And was that because both of you, from what we've heard today, looking at the situation from your perspective as the ward councillors in this area of Ottawa, viewed the circumstances that existed on February the 7th as potentially warranting the invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act and therefore warranting at least that this be discussed with the federal government?
At that point, yes, it was to enter into discussions.
Yes.
When the act was in fact invoked a week later on February 14th, I think a number of things happened that day. The City of Ottawa also accomplished or was issued an injunction that day, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And the Emergencies Act was invoked, or its invocation was announced by the Prime Minister that day?
Correct.
Yes.
And I'll ask you this, had the circumstances that led you to this view on February the 7th subsided enough to change your view that they warranted this step, at least as far as Ottawa is concerned?
Sorry, if you could repeat the
Sorry.
question.
Subsidized.
Had the circumstances changed enough? Had they gotten better enough that you to change your view that this step was
worse.
warranted?
It didn't change.
They were worse.
Okay. And enforcement was not, in fact, accomplished until after February 14th, when both the act and the injunction were in place. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yes.
And additional resources were in place from Ontario and the RCMP?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. If I could now call on the Democracy Fund and Citizens of Freedom and JCCF.
Good evening, councillors. My name's Rob Kittredge, and I'll have just a few short questions for you today. I will direct the first couple to Councillor Fleury. You referred in your testimony to what you call the occupation. Would it be fair to say that when you use the term the occupation, you're primarily referring to the various trucks and other vehicles illegally parked on downtown Ottawa streets during the protests in February?
Downtown streets, it's more than the downtown streets. It depends what your downtown is. Officially for us, Catherine McKinney's represents the downtown. I don't represent the downtown. So
right.
The occupation refers to my area as well.
I'm happy to expand that to say, let's revisit that and say vehicles illegally parked on Ottawa streets.
Sure.
So you'd agree with that as
Yes.
what you mean when you say the occupation. You've identified a variety of issues that arose during the convoy protests. For example, honking, downtown congestion, Ottawa congestion, and road blockages, idling vehicles and related smells and fumes, etc. Would you agree that the root cause of all of these issues was the fact that large numbers of vehicles remained illegally parked throughout Ottawa? To put it...
that trucks were able to make their way on non-truck routes in downtown Ottawa, yes.
Okay. If illegal parking could be stopped, what you call the occupation would have ended, correct?
If the City of Ottawa's truck routes were followed, and if fluidity of movements on the roadway was respected, and if parking rules were followed, you're correct.
In fact, the only way to end what you refer to as the occupation was to remove illegally parked vehicles from downtown Ottawa streets. Wouldn't you agree?
Or prevent them in the first place.
Sure, but once they were there, the only way to end the occupation would be to remove them from the streets. Correct?
To dismantle.
To dismantle.
Well, it wasn't just vehicles. There were structures.
Right.
There were people. There were number of elements. So when you're defining vehicle or moving the vehicle off the roadway, it's a little more complex than that.
Right, but a necessary element to ending the what you call the occupation would be removing the vehicles from the streets.
I'm not sure. The people were moved and we stopped to hear the honking. The vehicles were closed.
So you'd be, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the police operations that moved folks off, the vehicles were still in place. Right away we started to get less complaints, and it took a number of hours and days, and yet right away, as soon as the people were moved out of the zone, then operations to remove vehicles and to stop the honking and the fumes and the structures was able to begin.
Right, but the end of the occupation came when the vehicles, well, one of the necessary conditions was that the vehicles were removed.
when the people were moved out of the zone.
So you'd be happy to have the vehicles remain on the streets of Ottawa indefinitely as
A
long
different,
as the people weren't there?
issue. A vehicle without people is not an issue. A turned off vehicle in itself can be easily moved by authorities. It's the combination of what I call the weapon, the big rig, and the people in and around that activation, and the fortress of that created the environment that we've been describing all throughout the afternoon.
All right. In any event, there are laws and bylaws in effect prohibiting illegal parking in the city of Ottawa. Is that correct?
Yeah, and they're well used in my area generally.
Generally. But in the time leading up to the invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act, you testified that there was no enforcement of parking violations in the downtown Ottawa area. Is that correct?
1,700.
I've repeated that the parking rules on the perimeter of the red zone, even when it was called to 311, were not effectively responded to in the nature that I'm accustomed to by the City of Ottawa.
All right, I'll take that. Councillor McKenney, I just have one quick question for you, or two quick questions, depending on how you answer. Were you involved in or aware of any discussions regarding taking legal action to enforce performance of the contracts the city had in place with tow truck drivers?
Yes, I was.
And who were those discussions with?
Oh, I just understood that there had been discussions with tow truck drivers to remove the large vehicles, and that no tow truck drivers would take those contracts.
All right, well, I'm afraid we may have slightly more than two questions here, but were you aware of any discussions about the city taking legal action to enforce those contracts?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't. All right, and the city did not take legal action to enforce those contracts?
I don't know.
You're not aware of it?
I'm not aware of it,
Okay.
no.
All right, well, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the City of Ottawa.
Alyssa Tompkins for the City of Ottawa. Happy news to everybody. All of the areas which I had hoped to cover have been covered through the examinations today.
Oh, a nice Friday night gift. Okay, but you get no credit for that in the balance. Just so you know, it's day by day. So that ends for today. I can thank the two witnesses for your contribution. Merci beaucoup for your très apprécié.
This is very much appreciated.
For today, earlier than the 7 o'clock I threatened, and I wish everyone a nice weekend. We'll be reconvening at 9:30 on Monday morning, and we look forward to the continuation. We adjourned for the day.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.